Welcome, everybody. This is a meeting of the Committee of the Whole of the Municipality of the County of Annapolis. We'll start with the roll call. District 1.
Bruce Krebs.
District 2.
Brian Bussicano.
District 3 is Alan Parrish, myself. District 4.
Mike Barlow.
District 5.
Lynn Longmire.
District 6.
Alec Morrison.
District 7.
David Hudson.
District 8.
Michael Gunn.
District 9.
Wendy Sheridan.
District 10.
Brad Red.
And District 11.
Diane Miller. Morning.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Are there any disclosures of interest with respect to any of the items that are currently on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll move along to the approval of the agenda, the order of the day. There is one item to be added to the in-camera session, and that's litigation, Section 22 of the Municipal Government Act. Deputy Warden?
Yes, the forestry thing I see is missing on here. I put that in to make sure that I was informed that that would be on this agenda.
Anybody here speak to that?
I haven't received it. Did you send it to me?
I didn't send it to you. I'm not sure if I sent it to you. I sent it, I think it was a letter to the CAO, and I was told that it would be on the agenda. But we did this in a phone call conversation about the Bear River sidewalk situation. I called you and you said you would put that on to Janet. You did, and you said you would pass this on to Carolyn and have it included in the agenda.
I apologize, and I guess I did forward that to
Thank you.
Any other comments with respect to the agenda? I do point out that under the approval of the agenda, it talks about 3 presentations. As you can see, there's only 2. I just confirmed with the clerk, there's just the 2. Anything else? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Deputy Warden moves, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. Any comments? Discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. So we'll go down to the adoption of the Committee of the Whole minutes. 4.1, the minutes of the regular meeting of the Committee of the Whole held on March the 8th. Would someone like to put a motion on the floor? Deputy Warden?
Move to adopt.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hudson seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Next, 4.2. Would someone like to move the approval of the minutes, March 29th, 2022? Moved by the Deputy Warden, second. Councillor Longmire seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. There's no business arising from the minutes, so we'll go to new business. Next is Economic Development Project, Municipal Solar Energy. I believe Councillor Bartow has circulated something. Perhaps we could put the motion on the floor, Councillor Bartow, and then you can open up the discussion.
Sure. I can take this off so my voice isn't muffled. Speak loudly. It picks up everything, but I've heard complaints that they can't hear some of this either, so I think we need to project our voices. I'm terrible at that, so maybe they're picking me out. I don't know. At the Annapolis County Municipal Council request, I'll read it off the actual one. Page is that one?
It's right on page 1.
16 and 74.
That Municipal Council requests staff to do expanded research on a solar farm initiative as outlined in the attached preliminary information.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councilor Longmire seconds. Councilor Bartow, would you like to open the discussion?
I hope everybody's had a chance to read it. I didn't get too lengthy. I figured on the second page was long enough for a preliminary. If we move ahead with it, I didn't want to waste a lot of time if the council didn't see that as the direction they wanted to go. So, and with my limited research expertise, I figured that it was something that, you know, if we want to go that direction, council could be a better tool to use than myself. Some of the information on there, I think it explains it fairly well. The only thing I wanted to mention before getting down into it was the, you know, it is something that we're trying to do green initiatives. We're trying to reduce the carbon footprint. We're trying to do things economically that are feasible and actually profit generating and not money pits. So I thought this kind of hit all those targets. And it's something that can be expanded on in the future. Maybe we can be one of the leaders. It's already been taken on by other municipalities in various methods, but there's nothing saying that you can't jump on board and say, yes, it's the right thing to do. The dollar amounts projected on the provincial announcement for the combined Hannigan and Mahone Bay and Berwick project was, I think, 22.4 million, but I didn't put in the write-up, and maybe I should have, but it gives me something to talk about now. That there's a lot of federal and provincial money involved with that, and the municipal units, out of that 22 million, only was responsible for 6 million. If we were targeting a smaller project, now Berwick's portion of that was 4.8 megawatts. If we looked at a 5 megawatt, which is some of the examples in the write-up, then if we were into a similar cost-sharing situation with the federal and provincial governments, that we could have that all in place for around a $3 million figure. And there's a lot of information, and I kind of hold back from saying things that's not based on fact, but I guess we know that tidal power, when it was running over here at the causeway, the town of Annapolis got huge amounts of money every year for being in the town, and if that's the kind of profits that are generated from electrical production, then we'd be in a position to, you know, similarly, that we could use it for expanding on this initiative, or banking that money for other, you know, diverse operations that we could, you know, bring this county out of into the next century, you know, on a better foothold. So I guess that's kind of just my overview. I could probably talk about it all morning, but I'm not going to. So I'll leave it at that and let her go back to the word.
Thank you, Councilor Bartow. Any discussion or comments, Councilor Morrison?
Thank you, and I thank my colleague, Councilor Bartow, for bringing this forward. It is a very significant proposal that contains a number of significant and substantial aspects. And I would like to draw attention to the first sentence in the first paragraph. Being that the county should move forward with green initiatives and with focus on self-sustainable projects. I can't recall this council making any such statement as a matter of intent or a matter of policy. Previously, we, councils of the past, have taken a number of actions, including a very successful conference on the matter of climate change. I'm also wondering whether this is in accordance with our strategic plan, bearing in mind that our strategic plan is a number of years old and has not been consulted by this council. And I think the thing we have to decide first is that do we want to move forward with green initiatives and with focus on self-sustainable projects? That in itself would be the statement of principle and would, if all agree as we progress, would be one of the items positioned somewhere in the strategic plan that will come from the strategic plan process, which we will undergo in the coming months of this year. I think the main point of my intervention is that I believe the county should make sufficient foundational statements to ensure that what is in the first paragraph of Councillor Bartow's eminent work are truthful and are what we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morrison. Councillor Sherry?
Just wondering, this is economic development. I was just wondering why it didn't go through the economic development committee first before it came here. Because I think that's probably the way it should, but.
May I respond
Sure, if you'd like to respond to that point.
to that point? It was an idea that I formulated, and I don't see a problem with the council bringing things to council. And if it was going to the Economic Development Committee, the Economic Development Committee outline states that it deals with things that are handed to it by council, not the other way around.
Thank you. Go ahead, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, building on Councillor Morrison's comments there, I think they're all very good. If I could engage in a bit of rhetorical debate. I don't recall what our strategic plan says explicitly about green initiatives and the like, but I think the actions of this council over the next number of years, whether we look at forestry, or really that the only regional zoning we have done is for wind farms, that we have a demonstrated interest in green initiatives, as Councillor Bartow has outlined. Now, I also believe that Councillor Morrison has raised some very good points in that we should probably be stating that explicitly, if that's the route we want to go when we do a redevelopment of our strategic plan. And I personally am a little tentative to step into this at the very moment, as last I checked, we don't have a municipal engineer. And I think from some of the buzz I won't get into, various conversations I've had with people about power supply in this county, it may be far more complicated than just our site. There may be power grid things and things like that. So I'm quite happy to refer it to the Economic Development Committee. But I don't think as council we're ready to act on it. As a councillor, I am not ready to act on it.
Thank you, Councillor Redden. I should comment that this is going to get perhaps a little cumbersome, but for people that are going to be watching this online or picking it up on a video, we should probably take our masks off when we talk, just so that it does come through for the public as best as possible. Other comments with respect to the motion on the floor? Councillor LeBlanc?
If it's at all possible, could we have the motion again? Because I do also believe that it should go to economic development.
Madam Clerk, could you read the motion again?
It was moved by Councillor Bartow, seconded by Councillor Longmire, that municipal council request staff to do expanded research on a solar farming initiative as outlined in the attached preliminary information.
So,
Let's go ahead, Councilor LeBlanc.
so having heard the motion, I'm not disagreeing with the motion as far as it goes, but I think it should also be directed to the committee. So, I amend that at the beginning.
If I could speak to the process
Okay.
and help me out. I believe that what I do is I keep track of the people that have their hands up. And I go in order of what I see. Right now, I haven't seen anybody else with their hands up. Now, you can make a motion to refer to committee. And that's not a motion that you can interrupt other people on my list. In other words, you have to wait till your turn comes up, and then you can make a motion to refer the motion to committee, is my understanding of the procedure. I'm happy to be corrected on that. I haven't seen any hands up. And if you have the floor at the moment, Councilor LeBlanc, if you would like to make a motion to refer, rather than amending the motion, I think if I read you correctly, you would make a motion to refer to committee. Would anyone like to speak to the process, just what I suggested?
But you probably would need an amendment because the motion is to refer it to staff.
Right.
So if the intent is to refer it to committee, you would amend the motion to refer it to committee, not staff.
But yes, that's
I understand your point, yeah, thank you. So I guess I stand corrected and would take a motion to refer it to committee rather than refer it to staff. So would you like to make, are you suggesting you want to make that amendment?
Actually, yes, I am. Instead of referring to staff, it should go to committee first, and then committee could go to staff. And Buzzy's waving at us.
Well, just a sec. You're next on my list on this. First I need, there's a motion, there's an amendment, a motion to amend the motion. Is there a seconder to the amendment? Seconded by the Deputy Warden. Who would like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Connell, did you want to speak to the amendment?
Well, yes, but I got other.
Okay, we're just talking about the amendment. We'll come back to the motion if you depending on the amendment. We'll come back to the motion. You wait, okay. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment on the floor? The amendment to refer it to committee rather than to staff. I don't see any hands up, so I'll call for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment to refer to the committee rather than to staff, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. So, Madam Clerk, would you mind reading the motion as amended?
Juggling. It was moved, can you just give me a second to move that down? Let's see. It was moved by Councillor Bartow, seconded by Councillor Longmire, that the municipal council referred the matter to the Economic Development Committee to do expanded research on the solar farming initiative as outlined in the attached preliminary information.
Now, I have Councillor Connell and Councillor Longmire wish to speak on the motion as amended. Councillor Connell?
Well, I don't think we all should need to help put up our hands at the beginning of every subject. I think that I like to listen to the other councilors, and when I feel appropriate, I will raise my hand. So I don't feel that we should all put our hands up to be speaking all at once.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, but
I don't know if I
you said
understand.
you looked around the room, nobody else had their hands up, but we did have our hands up. But we were waiting until we hear what some other councilors have to say, so we can put our thoughts together on how we're going to speak.
Fair enough, fair enough.
So-
I have to confess, I do look around, and I may not catch everybody, but I do.
No, and that's what I'm saying, is that we shouldn't all, at the beginning of the subject, all of a sudden all of us put our hands up so you can write down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We all have our timing when we're going to put our hands I'm all for the green initiative on all kinds of projects. Am I 100% for having it in one spot versus another? I think we have opportunities all the way across our county. I think that if we were going to get into a solar field, I'd rather see the product of that solar field supporting all the county. So, in which I mean that it helps the taxpayers. If we put it in a certain area, what's the rest of us taxpayers going to get for it? Because we're using our tax money, my tax money, everyone else's tax money. If we put it here to run this facility, it's helping every taxpayer in our county, because every taxpayer in our county is paying for this facility. If we put it on the outskirts of the Bridgetown Public Works building, we could maybe eliminate a lot of the cost of running that facility. We could upgrade that facility so that could be our main public works area. But every taxpayer would gain because of the cost of running something that the taxpayers are paying for. If we put it in a Pacific communities, what is my taxpayers in Marcusville getting out of it? What am I going to get for using my tax dollar? That's my concern, and I hope that if when it goes to the Economic Development Committee, they look at that, is how can we improve our county facilities? How can we improve our county footprint on what we run? Not so much picking out one community against another community. Cornwallis is a tighter community. East End's a tighter community. We're going to put a solar field to eliminate cost to the most effective bunch of residents in our county. I would think we would hit the designated areas that are heavily populated. Nicktow. I mean, I got no drive to supply power to Annapolis Road on my tax dollar. I'd rather see the East End, Cornwallis, areas that I live in the county which are paying the taxes benefit from it. So I'm all for it. I think the community college in Morristown is a fine example. They've got a heck of a solar field there, and it's running their whole facility. But it's benefit that facility. So I just hope that the Economic Development Committee will take that into account. Thank you.
Councilor Longmire?
Thank you. And I guess I would totally agree with all of the what's been shared with the other councilors here. First starting out with Councilor Morrison, he basically said everything that I was thinking I could possibly put together in words, and it's almost like I feel we're a cart before the horse. As Councillor Redden said, we don't have an engineer right now. So there's so much work that has to go into something as large as this. And although a green initiative and wanting to be conscious of it is so important, and we should want to be part of that, it's probably just a bit early. I think referring it to the committee is probably the right avenue to take. I guess I would say to Councillor Bartow, I'm impressed that he put this report together and made the motion, because I think we do need to start thinking in that way. And although I would say perhaps the motion wasn't as best it could have been, I do look at the words possible endeavor, the future. We have to look towards the future, and I think this was a stepping stone to that. Thanks.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. I'd like to commend Councillor Bardo for this report. personally, I think it's a good idea. We should be looking, or we could be looking at sustainability for the county. And it could be included in our strategic plan that is grossly over the date. A couple of questions. Nova Scotia Power says that there's, this is a while ago they came up, and they said there's no more room in the grid for more solar power. It was a statement from them a short while ago. But now that since that statement by Nova Scotia Power, the Nova Scotia government and the federal government, and especially the feds, are saying we have to have all green initiatives. It's fine. So we have to make sure before this ever went that there'd be room in the grid. And further to that, all the power generated by this would go to the grid. The municipality would receive a refund from Nova Scotia Power at the end of the year. That's how that works. We wouldn't be selling power. We can't sell power because that is reserved for Nova Scotia Power, right? I created it online, I can't sell it to my neighbor. I could give it to somebody, but I couldn't sell it. Thank you. Oh, and a lot of this being, if I can go to the first paragraph, or sentence of the first paragraph, being that the county should move forward with the green initiative. I think if that should was a could, everybody would have probably a little less problems with it. Thank you.
Anyone else? I don't see any other hands up to speak to the matter. Is your hand up, Councillor Bartow, to close the discussion?
Well, yeah, if it's time and everybody's had a chance to speak, I would,
Go ahead.
take my opportunity to do that.
Close the discussion.
Yeah. And I appreciate the comments from all councillors. It was, very well taken and very well thought out on their part. I guess, not being a professional speechwriter of any sort, I can say that, the human is to err, and I could have interjected different words, different phrases, but that's kind of the semantics on getting the motion forward. Should, could, yeah, we could just interchange words, and maybe that would be great. The idea I had, one comment was that it was not maybe help a certain area. Well, it's hard to find projects in the county to help everybody. And I thought this one would. It wasn't that we were just providing service to a building or a community. It was putting it out there, which would take the demand off the rest of the grid. It would be into the grid system, and the profits from it would be realized by the county in totality, not just the area that the installation was fabricated or constructed. My intent was to just set this on a platform and get some reaction and some movement on it if possible. It wasn't to dictate, and if I misstepped by stating something, I didn't think that I was contravening strategic plans, but that's something that really needs to be looked at too. But it's another story. But if we took this, this is the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of discussions that would be required to take this to where it would have to go if we decide to go in that direction. I just wanted to get some feedback from the rest of the councillors as to how they feel about it and if it's a useful direction to go. If we don't start bringing up items like this, the council's going to be stagnant. I guess we've been stagnant for a while because of the things we had to deal with, which was, but now that we're in a position where we're breaking through that, I think it's time to look at this And hopefully there's not going to be other ideas and initiatives that can be brought forward to the table to see if there's any viability to it. Now, I never checked on how this, I heard the comment on the grid being full, but if you're providing power to an area, you're not necessarily even have to tap into the grid, but it's part, I think the whole thing would be in collaboration with NSPI anyway. I don't think there's a way of getting around that unless you do the Berwick thing and it has their own utility. And I wasn't suggesting that. I was, and maybe I could have typed up a couple extra pages and enlarged on it, but I thought I'd get enough there just to get this discussions rolling. And I really appreciate the thought and the input and the feedback that we got from the councillors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you read the motion as amended, please, Madam Clerk, and we'll vote on it?
It was moved by Councillor Bartow, seconded by Councillor Longmire, to recommend that municipal council refer the matter, and I will insert the matter name, to the Economic Development Committee to do expanded research on a solar farming initiative as outlined in the attached preliminary information.
Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. The next item on the agenda is a recommendation from staff with respect to the video conferencing policy.
Recommendation.
Okay, what page is that?
1874.
Okay,
The recommendation that municipal council approve AM-1.2.0.1 council video conferencing policy as circulated, 7-day notice.
is there a seconder for that? Councillor Longmire seconds. Discussion? Yes, Councillor Hudson.
Yes, just for my clarification, on page 18 of 74, in bold, it says, "This recommendation does not include committee of the whole or other committees of council meetings." So, is this saying that this policy doesn't pertain to committee of the whole meetings? That we can't meet?
Who would like to respond to that?
I will. The recommendation is for council and special council, which does not include committee of the whole or other meetings.
Can you explain why that was?
When staff is developing new policies, we are provided with templates from the Association of Municipal Administrators of Nova Scotia, who have policy people who vet those templates for us to be able to use. This was as suggested. If council wants to amend the motion to include committee of the whole, council may absolutely do that.
Councillor, well, I have Hudson and then I have Bartow. I think I saw your hand up. Did I, Councillor Bartow? And then I have
Yes.
Longmire and then I have Connell. So I think, did you have your hand up, Councillor Bartow, or did I miss? Were you just kind of?
I would like to talk at some point, but it doesn't have to be immediately.
Okay.
We'll
We'll come back to you then. And Councillor Longmire, saw your hand up.
Yes, I guess I would just say I would like to make that amendment. It needs to reflect all working parts of our business. Really, it's not just about council, it's about committee of the whole, and it's about all committees.
All right, so then the question becomes, when we look at the policy, where do we make the amendment? Councillor Red?
I looked for how to make this amendment,
Uh-huh.
and I couldn't find this place in the policy where it was excluding committee of the whole or subcommittees. Section 5.1 says that it does apply to subcommittees.
Yeah, I had, if I could pick up on, I looked at 4.1, and it says a council meeting or a council committee meeting. So my note that I made to myself was whether that was only committee meetings like the Economic Development Committee, or whether that included committee of the whole, and that was one of the questions I was going to raise. But it looked to me as though the committee of the whole is a council committee meeting. And that's the way you read it, Councilor Red? So let me just, so the recommendation that was put on the floor to adopt the policy, the background suggests that it doesn't apply to committee of the whole, but the way that some of us read it, it does apply to committee of the whole. So I think we need some clarification as to whether it applies to committee of the whole. We don't have a solicitor sitting beside us here.
I'd go along with that, though. The 4.1 does say council committees. So it
So-
would need to be amended because it's
So-
stated in it.
Mr. Dick, would you like to comment on this at all, or?
No, I'm
Okay.
conversation.
Just a sec. So it seems to me that we're at the stage, Councilor Longmire raised the issue that she wanted to make an amendment that it include all of the committee meetings of council as well as council meetings. It seems as though we have determined around the room that the policy itself does include committee meetings. Therefore, it seems to me, unless someone disagrees with me, that we'll proceed on the basis that the policy that's before you does in fact include meetings of committees of council, including committee of the whole. Councilor Sheridan?
So I think you just strike that one sentence out of the policy.
Are you looking at the background, or?
This recommendation does not include committee of the whole or other committees of council meetings. Could you just get rid of that sentence in the policy?
Well, that's not the policy, that's the background.
Oh, that's just the background.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I'll come back to you, Councilor Longmire. Councilor Connell is next, and then I'll come back to Councilor Bartow, and then Councilor Connell, did you want to comment?
Yeah, and my concern is that going to video conferencing, we may have to do that on different issues. If a snowstorm comes, are we going to council committee the whole? Or are we going to be able to go on Zoom to cover our day? It's not only COVID that's driving us to go to the safety of all councilors and staff and stuff like that. So in my mind, as long as it covers everything council does, I'm agreeable. If it doesn't, I'll disagree with it because, again, this past week, it's been like a roller coaster. 1 minute we're up, 1 minute we're down. I don't know about the rest of council, but when I got a phone call Saturday, I made provisions to do things on today. And because I don't check my emails every morning when I get up, I check them at supper time. Last night, I happened to go to visit Wendy, and she said, "Oh, we're on tomorrow, we got a meeting." So, it's very disappointing in how the whole thing went down. So, I think that we should be prepared on any issue if we feel that the safety of council is in possibility of being unsafe to get here, we should be able to have a choice to go to video conferencing. And I personally feel that it's a decision of council. I saw several emails go out last week that said that most of us said that we wanted to meet by video conferencing. We spoke about it last month at lunch at the council meeting. It was nothing new that the COVID numbers were raising severely. It's in all of our communities. And we wanted to be safe because we may have people in our life that are immune, have sicknesses, that we want to protect. So I'm all for, but I wanted to cover everything because it's just not this COVID that's driving going into video conference. Could be a snowstorm, could be anything.
I completely agree with your comments, Councillor Connell. And it's my understanding that the policy isn't restricted to COVID or anything. And there is an issue which I intend to raise when my turn comes, which I believe will address your point, Councillor Connell. I have Councillor Bartow, then Longmire, and Councillor Morrison, and Hudson. Okay. Councillor Bartow, please.
Thank you. A couple items. Some more questions or clarification. Going back to 4.1 where it states that it's council meeting or committee meetings, it also goes on to state that at least 2 days prior to the meeting notice is given to the public. The MGA states 5 days, and in emergencies or circumstances could be minimum 3 days. I'm just wondering where the 2 days come from. That seems a little bit tight. And that's not stating in an emergency situation, that's just in general. So only let the public have 2 days notice. I don't think that's adequate.
I'm sorry, I missed the exact sentence you're referring to, Councillor Bartow.
Page 20 of 74, 4.1.
Okay, thank you.
And there's 2 questions on that. One would be is that to the provincial or the MGA? And we're really contravening that we go below their minimum, where they say 5 or in circumstances 3. And whenever we state this, are we stating actual days or business days? It's not stated there on that item either. So I'll just let that one hang there, and if somebody wanted to respond to it, it's fine, but I'll go on to 6.2.3. It says that council members has video conferencing equipment available that will enable the public to see and enable the council members to see and hear. Is the intent on that is that they have their laptop and they have internet? Like, instead of just saying video conferencing equipment, that's a little bit gray for me, the way it's stated. I think the county provided laptop and your own internet so that you're capable of hooking up the same way we do Zoom meetings now. But I think some clarifications needed on that one as well.
Section was that again, 6.2?
6.2.3.
3.
Now, point 4 goes on to say that the county has video conferencing available, but that doesn't negate the fact that it's saying that the council member is responsible to have video conferencing equipment available.
I can respond to those. I can respond to those.
Go ahead.
Well, just because everyone's on that 6.2.3 with the video conferencing equipment, that means the laptop that's been provided to you as a councillor.
Mhm.
That's your video conferencing equipment.
Mhm.
Should we bracket say county laptop or video conference equipment seems a little broad.
Well, that's because your personal computer might not have a camera or a microphone, but you've been provided with a laptop at election. Upon election, you've been provided with equipment that allows this. That's your video conferencing equipment. It has a camera, it has a microphone. If, in section 4.1, I believe this is referring to a change in how you are meeting. 2 days prior to the meeting, if you're changing it from an in-person to a video conferenced meeting, that's what the 2 days is. And days are business days that we are open for business. If I can just make your attention to item number 5, Article 5, where all councillors attend by video conference, that's a meeting that is called by Zoom. That's a Zoom meeting. In Article 6, where one or more council members can attend, that is where there is a regular meeting happening, and this is for someone who needs to dial into it rather than attending in person.
So,
Okay,
can I,
yeah, go ahead.
the 4.1, the answer to my question's half there. So should that not be worded to say that 2-day prior notice to change of previously announced meeting? You know, the way it's read, it sounds like it's just the original announcement.
Do you want
That's the way I read it.
You want to make that change?
Yeah, I think, unless somebody wants to make a motion for an amendment to the policy, I think we'll keep going. But
I think that's something that before we vote on this, we'll have to.
well, maybe, can we come back to that? I'll recognize you again, Councilor
Sure.
Bartle, if you want to do that again.
That'd be fine.
Yep, fair enough. Next, I have Councilor Longmire.
Thank you. And this is just to expand upon, if I can, what Carolyn has mentioned there. Will this allow one councillor who is perhaps away to as well take part in that video conferencing? So traveling or whatnot?
Right, and there's a limit of twice a year to do that, is the way I read it.
Yeah. Okay,
So you can't, if I went away to New Zealand for 3 months, I can't just
Sure.
walk in and
Sure.
enjoy myself.
thanks.
I have next Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. And I will be speaking about 6.2 bracket 2. The first thing I'd like to say is something which has troubled me for many decades. And this is just a side comment. I cannot find anybody who tells me why in certain paragraphs you use figures as well as the word. Now, I can't participate by video conference if I have not participated in more than 2 meetings in the preceding 12 months. Why? What's magic about 2 and what's magic about 12 months?
This is the drafter, I believe, of the policy. It's
I'm the user of a template of a policy. What I believe is happening there, because this has been vetted by policy analysts at the provincial level, so I have to trust that they have done some background on it. What I believe that 2 meetings is about is the MGA states that you have to be present. You can't miss more than 3 meetings in a row. And I believe this 2 is to be under that 3. I believe that. I don't know. I did not draft the policy. And the 12 months is just to give a time frame. Again, I did not draft the policy. I trust the people who draft policies for a living, and I've taken it from it.
Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. This policy, we've been told, or the template has been drafted by non-politicians. The Association of Municipal Administrators of Nova Scotia, non-politicians.
I don't know, I'll have to turn it here.
No, you can take it, that's fine. There are no politicians
Okay.
to belong to that organization. So we are the ones who will decide. Now, the MGA says if you miss more than 3 meetings, you're dust.
In a row.
In a row. But participating in one of these video conferencing meetings is judged to be participating in a meeting. And so if it's judged to be participating in a meeting, why are we saying that you can't do it more than 2 times? I don't...
I completely understand you, and I completely understand. My impression, until this was mentioned, was that it was to stop somebody from just deciding they didn't want to go to meetings anymore in person, and they wanted to attend by video conference, and somehow the feeling was that wasn't appropriate, but that's all I can say.
And that might well be because a few years ago there was a person in the county who wanted to stand for election, but indicated quite clearly that this person would be out of the country from 6 to 8 months at a time, but would be quite willing to dial in by telephone. And I was told, no, that wasn't the case.
So if I could just conclude your comments, Councilor Morrison, I believe that this number 2 is at the will of council today as to what they want to do.
Okay, good.
Next, I have Councilor Hudson.
Thank you. I don't want to appear to be picky, but under 4...
Go ahead.
Under 4.1, I just make a note that that relates to public notice. And I guess I would, in connection with that, I guess I would make an amendment to the policy in that something should be entered under definitions that deal with committee of the whole. So, I had something else I want to talk to.
Are you wanting to make an amendment to the policy?
That's correct.
Okay, would you tell us what it might be?
Okay.
Can you please set it out?
Just set it out. Well, that under definitions, that well, you could add on the 4 meetings, just includes committee of the whole meetings.
Then, that's fine, I'm just raising the question, what about, say, an economic development committee meeting? You know, is this policy going to include those? The way I read, or a council committee meeting, it included all.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Okay, so it would include, you know, the nomination committee and the committee of the whole and all that kind of stuff.
You, if I may,
Sure.
you could just interject the word under 3. Meetings means committee of the whole and regular or special meetings of council.
Okay, let's, why don't you, I'll write it down, say that again?
That meetings means committee of the whole and regular or special meetings of council.
So you want to amend 313 to add committee of
That's
the
correct.
whole?
That's correct.
But and it will also include all committees of council, so
Yeah.
we should extend it to that.
So we should probably, if that's what you want to do, make it clear and say that meeting means a regular special meeting of council, committee of the whole, or a meeting of committee of council. Is that?
To include, so you're going to amend 3 to include committee of the whole and all committees of council.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a seconder for that amendment? Councilor Longmire seconds the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Councilor Longmire.
Can I just ask a question? Is this just going to be just this amendment, or are we still talking about additional possible amendments?
It's just this amendment.
Okay, thanks.
If there are other amendments may be coming.
Sure, thanks.
So on this amendment, to make it clear that meetings includes meetings of committee of the whole and all committee meetings of council. I don't see any hands up, so I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, Councilor Cotw, I see you, Councilor Barton, I'll come back to you.
Thank you. And I don't like to muddy the waters here, but I'm recalling after hearing Councilor Cotw speak about snowstorms and so on, that it was only perhaps a couple of months ago, maybe less, that we met, and it was a scheduled Zoom meeting. And I remember your comments, Mr. Warden, saying, boy, it was very fortuitous that we found ourselves already scheduled for a Zoom meeting, because the roads are really bad over there. if we're going with 2 days' notice, and I don't know how you rectify this, you're not gonna necessarily, sometimes we hear of these big snowstorms coming. We get 5 days' notice, then 4, then 3, and then it peters out the day before. So I don't know how we address Councillor Connell's suggestion and others that inclement weather, I mean, we're talking big storms.
Well, if I could respond to that, Councillor Crouch, I was going to wait until everybody's
Oh,
finished.
maybe you're on.
I was going to raise that point, but if I could, in
You may.
response to your comment, there's nothing in the policy, this is what I was going to raise, about whether a meeting, who decides whether a meeting is going to be done by video conferencing or in person. And I think we should have something in there because you can see what happened over the last few days. Okay? So I'm going to suggest that we make an addition to the policy that says that whether the meeting is conducted by video conferencing or in person will be determined by the warden and communicated to the councillors or something along that line, but I think we need to have something in it so that there's a procedure, as you point out, if there's a snowstorm coming, that we didn't, for a regular meeting that everybody knew was coming weeks ahead, but there's a snowstorm, there's a provision where there's a decision made and communicated. That's what I intend to
And it
do.
would have to be 2 days prior.
2 days prior. According to this, it would have to be 2 days prior.
Yeah. No, I'm just, as long as,
Well,
then it's like the olden days when the superintendent of schools canceled schools. And no matter what, you know, people were, it was a difficult call. But, okay, as long as it's going to be taken into consideration.
I did note that, if I could just say one other comment in response to your point. I noticed in a media report that the same situation happened in Halifax. They did have a policy to meet in video conferencing. And the media report said that the mayor polled the councillors to see what they wanted to do. And, you know, that's the way I would have conducted myself if in fact it tends to be the warden that makes the decision. I think it would be appropriate to poll the councillors if time allowed, but if sometimes time, as you say, may not allow. So I'll come back to that when my turn comes. Councillor Bartow?
Yeah, I just want to go back to one that another councillor made, talking about 6.2, item 2, where it says, council member has not participated in more than 2 meetings by video conference in the past 12 months. The lead up is permission may be granted. So does that mean that if they've already missed 2, they can be granted a 3rd? It doesn't say that. Or is it assuming, or maybe that where the council member has not, maybe it says where the council member could not participate in more than 2 meetings by the, it's a little gray
I'm
there.
with you. I flagged that myself, Councillor Bartow, and my analysis, if I can respond to your point, was that there may be an occasion where a councillor wishes to attend by video conferencing and he doesn't get permission because it's his 3rd time, the way this is worded, or it's a secret ballot, and you see there's a provision here, secret ballot. So that were the only occasions I could see where permission may not be granted because you've used up your 2. Now, the question of 2 is still perhaps on the floor as opposed to what Councillor Morrison raised, and someone here may suggest an amendment to the policy in that regard, but that hasn't come yet.
I guess my base question was the way it's written. It sounds to me like they've already missed 2 and they could be granted a 3rd. But it's not 100%, or what does it mean? Does it mean that they've already missed 2, they can be granted whatever? No, if they requested.
No, just the way prior to the meeting, if the member wants to attend by video conference, it doesn't say whether he's used up his 2 or not.
But it's in point 2, item 2, it says, has not participated in more than 2 meetings by video conference.
Yeah, that's in 2.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, somebody might say, I'd like to do it, it's the 3rd time, somebody has to tell them no.
It's your job.
Yeah. But it's allowing that that you request that,
Somebody,
or more than two.
well, right now it says 2.
Now, it says that they've already participated.
Yeah, I know, but section 1 says that he has to get permission.
So who gives permission? You?
According to this board.
Yeah. So can
Well, just a sec here.
I be put on the agenda?
Let me just hold on. So if Councillor Bartow is finished,
Yeah,
then
I
I see Councillor LeBlanc and I see Councillor Redden, okay?
just think it needs some clarification, and maybe we can have more discussion on it before we.
Yeah. And I see, now, Councillor Longmire, now there is a suggestion that people are supposed to speak twice, but I think you can speak twice on an amendment as well as the motion, so, and this is a particular important issue, so I have Councillor LeBlanc, which is,
Well, bringing back to the 2 days. With the way things are going, if you are, you're testing positive for COVID, you're 7 days, 10 days, whatever the case may be. And it's not that one-shot deal, it could be a 2-shot deal, or a 3-shot deal. So this could cause a problem for people that could be at home, but could participate, but are not allowed out. So that's the problem we need to clarify somehow with this.
I think that's with respect to the 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 2, the other option is usually council or municipal offices close when school board closes their offices. Now, I don't know if that's still the same thing, or if it's not, or they start later, or how it's worked out. So that's another thing that I'm questioning, that how do we work with that now?
I did see a member of staff suggesting that in fact that's not the case, that we
I
close
do
with.
too, but how's it work now?
I don't know. If school closes, does that have any effect on us being open?
No.
The answer is no.
And it doesn't cause any delays or anything?
No.
No? So it's a go.
Apparently, yeah.
So that could be a definite storm day up the valley, but maybe not down this way, so. There's another conferencing thing that, oh, the roads aren't great up here, so maybe I speak for I don't feel comfortable or safe driving down the road. It could be more than 2. Here we go with the 2 again.
Yeah,
So there's a lot of,
well,
that's just something I want to bring
the
up.
2, if I could clarify that, the 2 talks about situations where it's not the whole council meeting by video conferencing. So if, say it's a storm and the whole meeting is held by video conferencing on Zoom, that doesn't count to 1 year 2.
I understand that,
Yeah, okay.
but I'm thinking the other bits.
I completely agree with you. If somebody is ill and they're ill for 2 months and we have, more than 2 meetings,
Yeah.
sure, I'm happy to entertain any motion, any amendments anybody might want to bring, but it's
So
not
we need to put it in.
not my
Put
job
it
at
out
the
there.
moment. So are you finished, Councillor LeBlanc?
Done.
Okay, Councillor Redden?
Thank you, Warden. I will try and enunciate clearly, as I would prefer to leave my mask on.
Okay.
Firstly, I have 2 questions. One is for you. May I attend this meeting, please? What we are asking in section 6.21 is that I have to ask to attend a meeting remotely. Under the Municipal Government Act, attending a meeting remotely is the same as being in person, as far as we can tell. And I think the fact that I have to ask to attend a meeting remotely is, on its face, rather ridiculous.
So you're looking at 6.2 sub 1?
Sub 1,
Okay,
yes.
can I just read it here for a minute?
Yeah.
Prior to the meeting, so this is commission meeting, permission to do so has been given by the ward. So I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying that if we allow you to attend 2 meetings, right now it reads 2, and that's not in the MGA, that's in our policy,
Right.
that you shouldn't have to get my permission, the warden's permission, I'll put it that way, because it's one of your 2. And so you should just ring up the clerk or the CAO and say, I'm going to attend by video conference because I've used up my 2. Is that where you are?
Well, I hadn't quite got there yet, but I was just focusing on sub 1, in that there's no reason for me to ask permission, really. On the practical sense, I understand that there are technical things that need to be done, and that staff would probably really appreciate having 48 hours notice to set up things for video conferencing. But as far as it being policy, I think that should be, at best, strongly reworded. Because, I'm a counselor. I'm allowed to attend the meeting. That's just how it is. By extension, you're right. Putting a cap of 2 on a meeting is similarly probably not ideal. My second question, which was a little more serious than my question to you, was currently under our policy AM 2.7.9, COVID-19 response policy, and I'll just speak to it fairly generally.
We don't have that in front of us.
No, we don't have that in front of us. So you can, I'll be vague and whatnot, and you can just hopefully take my word for it. It essentially delegates all remote work and the procedures, standard operating procedures, I believe the term it uses, for remote work to our CAO. This policy, which covers remote work, especially for staff, because it doesn't mention staff in our policy, it mentions counselors and public. So to me, in my mind, they're somewhat in conflict. And I'm curious, is there a way, how do we resolve conflict between our 2 policies? Is I guess my sort of general question there. Or do we?
Well, we should.
Yes.
And I would think if I could try and answer the general question about if we have a conflict in the policies, I would think that if you saw it, you would speak to staff, Mr. Dick, or perhaps Ms. Campbell, and say, look, there's a problem here, and then hopefully, if there was a problem, it would come back to council to straighten it out.
This was something I just sort of realized this morning, and haven't had a chance to discuss with staff. But anyways, that's my thought there. Now, in general, I'm very happy with this policy, although I do have a lot to say about it, and I'm aware that perfect is the enemy of good, and frankly, right now, I think this is good. That was something somebody mentioned an unrelated matter a few weeks ago, and I heard before and thought was fantastic. Where was I going here with my comments? Let me start. That was mostly what people have said, other people have said. And my final bit is, again, I guess we'll go 6.4, which sections 1 and 2, which are about being excluded from meetings where there's a secret ballot being held. And my thinking about this, I understand why you would exclude people from a meeting. If you reference my previous statements about participating is participating in the MGA, I kind of think that this is here because it's hard to do. And, well, frankly, too bad. Is my thought. I'm not so concerned. If it's hard, like, okay, it's hard. But it can be done, and it's not even a super high threshold of things to be done. Our technical staff I have found to be excellent. And as our last election was entirely done, almost entirely done online, and secretly, I'm sure we can manage it for 11 ballots here. So, can I make is it appropriate for me to offer an amendment that strikes 3 sections?
You can make any amendment you want.
All right. I would like to make the amendment to, where are we going here? Strike sections 6.2, sub 1 and sub 2, and strike section 6.4.
6.2, what was it?
Sub 1 and sub 2.
I'm just going to give council a minute now to read those sections.
And you said 6.1 as well, didn't you?
6.4.
I think 6.2, sub 1, sub 2, and sub 4, is that what it is?
I know.
6.4.
And 6.4, down at the bottom and wrapping onto the following page.
So 6.2, sub 1, sub 2, and 6.4, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Longmire.
May I ask you a question?
Let me just think for a minute. I believe you've already, in a way, introduced your motion for the amendment. Councillor Redden, did you want to speak further? I think we perhaps understand, but I think as the person making the amendment, you should open the discussion, and then I see the Deputy Warden would like to speak.
Yeah, I'll just say it mostly is around this idea of participating is participating. You can't really subdivide what is participating in a meeting and what isn't participating in a meeting under the MGA. The MGA was, when I went looking, it doesn't talk about participating in general meetings. It talks about being absent from other meetings. So I was curious what they were defining as participating. So that was what really led me to this point, is, yeah, if we're going to participate in a meeting, you're participating in all of the meeting. And it's not, I don't think it's appropriate to not participate in part of it, or that I, as a counselor, have to ask to participate, which is mostly what I've already said, I guess.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. I was kind of against this policy at one time, but I'm really very much for it now. As to the amendment, could that be, I think that should be, I think there's parts of this that I want to stay, and perhaps there's one part of it I want to go, which, you know, is Councillor Redden's desire. But, yeah, should that not be done in 2 stages, his amendment? Because, you know, some of us may agree with 6.2, 1 and 2, or 6.4, but not with one and not the other.
I think
You understand?
I understand, and I personally think it would be preferable to break this down so that we could do it separately. However, that's not the motion on the floor. I do think, and I'm prepared for staff, anybody here to help me on this, that if anybody has any difficulty with any one of these, they likely would vote against the amendment, and I would think it would still be appropriate to bring forward other amendments with respect to the sections in play, because the motion on the floor is to get rid of all of them. So that's where I'm at the moment.
And if I could just add to that.
Sure.
Thank you. And having studied cases where elected officials were out of the country for half of the year at the time, I appreciate that there are limits as to how often a person can choose to not appear in person. Thank you.
Councillor Longmire on the amendment?
So might I ask for permission for a point of privilege here? I would like to, if I can, draw us back to our policies 2.78 and 2.7.9. And although I'm going to try and keep it tidy and not go on for endless moments, we have come through a state of emergency and a pandemic. And our policies strictly say that we leave the management of how we proceed to our CAO. Those policies as they exist here today are still in effect. There is no part of them that suggests that with the lift of the state of emergency that they were removed or rescinded or canceled as of March 21st.
Are you talking about the vaccination policy?
I am, yes.
I have it here.
Both of those policies. So the response policy and as well the vaccine policy.
I don't have the other one, so,
And
sorry.
and my point is that there are going to be extenuating circumstances in the future, and none of us can know what they're going to be. It still exists here today. Although we would like to think that we've, with the lift of this state of emergency is one part of a pandemic, we are still very much involved in a pandemic. The cases are rising, and as we sit here today, I ask myself when I walk through the doors, what is our response to our policies? We're not adhering to them. And so I would like to just make mention that how we move forward on this policy here reflect that we cannot know when and how many meetings might need be attended video conference by 1, 2, or more. And it really is brought back to those policies.
Okay, you wanted to make a point of privilege. I think
It's a personal privilege, right? To speak to the fact that it impacts me as a citizen and as a councillor on how I feel safe in my workplace.
Okay.
And so that can mean going through this pandemic with COVID-19, and it can be in the future with any other emergency, state of emergency, or pandemic, and we can't know what or when. And so I would suggest that, we do look, and I commend Councillor Redden for raising those points. I am so in favor of acknowledging those points and making that and voting in favor of that amendment based on the fact that we do not know what our future is going to hold for any one of us. Thanks.
I have to confess, I'm not really completely understand the point of privilege that you're making. I have to,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So,
So, I think I understand that,
Sure.
that you have concerns about meeting here, but how does that really, that's a point of privilege, so you're not speaking to the amendment, as I take it. You're raising a point of privilege, and a point of
Correct.
privilege is something where you don't feel comfortable in the room,
correct.
it's too hot, or whatever.
Yeah.
So you're raising a point of privilege, and
Based on those two policies and knowing
policies which,
that it does flow through on how we move forward in this policy and how we recognize when persons might need to attend meetings for any other particular reason.
your point of privilege should apply to something right now today, the way you're feeling, not something that
Okay,
might happen
and
in the
I
future.
believe it does.
Well then, what exactly, what is your point of privilege? What is it that you want
That,
to change?
so we're talking about, and basically it's because we're talking about different bits and pieces around how we are going to be able to attend meetings in the future.
Right.
And I feel that we've come through a pandemic, we're not through it completely, and I think it's really important that we recognize we've got policies in place currently that are not necessarily being followed to their fullest.
So are you saying that we're meeting here today without a policy being followed? Is that what you're saying? Is that your point of privilege?
I would say in part,
I'm just trying to find out exactly what you're saying, and I want to just get,
I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
you sure?
Sure, yeah.
We have an amendment on the floor to remove certain sections from the draft policy. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councilor LeBlanc, is there any?
Oh, yes, I'll speak to 6.21, where it says that it's 48 hours. It still comes back to somebody needs to know. A counselor should be reporting to you or to the CAO or to Carolyn that they would be absent or not available or something. And the 48 hours is a problem because just because I feel okay now, it goes back to in 2 days from now I might not be feeling okay, and it's a different scenario. So 48, I'm not, but I should be able to come on video conference. And permission should be gone, I agree. It should be an automatic, but I still think that you should know, okay, I won't be, if I'm expected to be here, that you know that I won't be here, and maybe the day before, or maybe that morning. And I know it's last minute, it's not great for anybody, but we can't predict if we're going to be sick. So do I like that, number one? No. I can see it gone, but replace somewhat. So that's the first one. I think it would be nicer if we could speak on each individual one, but number two, yeah, in the scenario that we're here at now, with the numbers going up and everything, we don't know what's going to happen. So two is something else. You end up, if you've had two and you end up in the hospital for whatever reason, and you're sick for a couple of months or whatever, yeah. If it needs to be there, it needs to be expanded on or get to a point. And I'll leave that number 6.4 is yeah, I really think that in one way or another, we're all going to agree we do not like these ones, specifically for specific reasons. But we have to have a fallback of some kind. Somebody needs to know we're not going to be here. Somebody needs to know we're sick. We're not just willy-nilly taking the day off and not coming to a meeting. And two, confines you to a problem. So specifically, they confine you. All of them, one way or another, confines you, and it shouldn't. That's the way I see it at this particular point. Thank you.
Councilor Sheridan?
So in regards to 6.22, a council member has not participated in more than 2 meetings by video conference. Does this mean 2 meetings per committee? Like if you missed 2 meetings on committee of the whole, you could do 2 meetings of council? Just clarifying that. So that would be 4 meetings, not 2. You know where I'm going with that? I'm just wondering if there's clarity on that.
Let me just read section 6.2, sub 2 for a minute to myself. Well, you know, you might have something there. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, because it looks like it includes, meetings are defined, meeting is still defined as a regular or special meeting of council.
Did we amend that?
No, we didn't amend that. What we did is we amended the provisions. Council meeting includes committee. So the definition of meeting still is just council meeting. So let me read that again to myself for council members. So it looks like, the way I read that, it would apply to only council meetings, but you're right, there's a bit of a disconnect there, but with the amendment we made and the definition of meeting. Yeah. Anybody else on the amendment on the floor? I'm going to let you close the discussion. I'd like to speak as a councillor if no one else has any comments. So I'll leave the chair, and Deputy Warden, you take the chair. I'm going to speak as a councillor. I'm going to vote against the motion on the basis that under 6.2 sub 1, I do think that the clerk needs some notice about whether the person is attending in person or by video conferencing. I'm going to vote against it because I do think we need some limit on the number of meetings. I'm not wedded to 2. I'd be happy if it was more or some other way, but I'd like to have some limit so that somebody can't go to Florida for 6 months and say, hey, you can't kick me out. And number 6.4, I do think you need to be in person to vote. Look, I'm an old guy, and maybe Councillor Redden's correct that we've got magical technological people here, but I'm having difficulty figuring that out myself, so I'm not prepared to vote in favor. So I'll vote against the amendment for those reasons. So Councillor Redden would like to close the CAO would like to.
If you don't mind, then please forgive my indulgence here. This is my own personal view, and we at the staff level have had a great deal of discussion about having video conferencing. And some of us agree with it, and some of us don't agree with it. I'm a personal believer in saying it's about participation from council. And I think council should be able to participate, whether it's physically in this room or in another location. That's what my view is, and I think you've been elected to help make decisions for the county, and because you're not physically able to come to a meeting, that shouldn't prevent you from voting. That's my personal view. I don't believe 2 is the right number, and depending on what the definition is, we have committee meetings and council meetings basically 7 days apart, and if somebody is away, that means they've missed 2 meetings. And I don't think 2 is the appropriate number. I do know that Councillor Redden would love to have participated in our special meeting a couple of weeks ago, but we don't have a policy in place. I also believe that the warden who likes to travel to New Zealand, or did in the past, he would like to go for a couple of months at a time. And I personally don't believe that he should be restricted from participating in decisions that this council makes because he's out of the country. That's my personal view. I do respect the fact that there's rules and we can't be gone for 12 months. I don't think that's fair because you are elected to be here, and I think that's an issue that council has to deal with. In terms of the voting, my personal view on secret ballots, clearly we can figure out the technology for it. I'm an old guy like the warden is, and sometimes I don't quite understand all the technology, but it can be done. And I think that is being way too restrictive, that given a circumstance that you can't physically be here and a special intent vote has to be taken. In terms of the notice period, we don't know when it's going to snow. And the reality is, I think that is considered an emergency, and I know we do have rules around emergency and urgent things that we can do at the last minute, but I sympathize with Councillor LeBlanc when it's snowing there and it's sunny here that she can't physically make it. And I know it happened to Councillor Morrison one day when we had a meeting in Bridgetown, and he left, and I don't know what the weather was like there, but it was terrible here, and he ended up making the trek to come down here during a terrible weather event. So whatever those rules are, and it's not for me to say, but I think, I like taking those out. I think they're way too restrictive. Can you miss every meeting and do it by Zoom? I don't know if that's appropriate, but at the same point, I don't see anything wrong with it if you're participating, and that's what you've been elected to do. So that's just my personal view on it. We've had great discussion here at the staff level, and again, this is a policy that was written by EMAS, and we all recognize that council's not going to agree with everything that's in here, because we don't either. So I do appreciate the conversation that's being held, and I don't want to postpone this. I think there's a lot of things that are going to change. I would really think that it's imperative that we implement this within the 7-day notice period. So whatever changes council decide they want to make, if it revolves around making some significant changes, I'm going to ask for a special Zoom meeting that we can make those decisions.
Councillor Redden, to close the
So I'm sorry, the
discussion.
deputy warden is still in the chair?
Oh, yes, okay, thank you.
I'll cede the chair back over to you, Ward.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor, ready to close the discussion?
Well, as I said previously, because the word raised some very good points there, perfect is the enemy of good. I really can't emphasize how much that sort of drove home to me when it was said to me about 2 weeks ago. I generally like to speak a little more in the abstract, but I will now delve into the more example, anecdotal, if you will. After one comment for the Deputy Warden, the Municipal Election Act, because it was relevant for me when I was elected, I was very new to the county. And so the gentleman running our election asked me to in detail go through the requirements for residency. And they are quite detailed and cover a lot of things. And I was fine, so I was able to run. But it does preclude being away from the county for extended periods of time. I don't remember what those are now. It was not relevant to me. Which is different from other levels of government. They have more latitude, is my understanding. So to be a little more anecdotal, restricted to 2 meetings, and I'm happy with the restriction. I think 2 is too much. This allows us a lot of things around accessibility too. You know, I'm a young punk, and I can't stand driving in this province on a dark, rainy night. You can't see anything. I mean, the only place I've been in this Blacker is literally the bottom of a mine. Like, it's painful. This would allow provisions for when we have meetings. If we want to eventually move meetings into an evening and have more public participation, that would allow people who have trouble driving at night, because maybe they've had recent eye surgery, maybe they have a visual impairment, right? There's lots of things down the road. That's mostly anecdotal. And with the, as I said about the, I come up with lots of methods that I think would work for anonymous voting. We destroy our ballots right now when we do in-person anonymous voting. And there's a reason for that. Because although it may only say a name, there's a lot of information there. You know, I can match handwriting to people I'm familiar with. There's a reason we have signatures, right? Because you can match handwriting to the person who wrote it. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is the threshold for an anonymous vote is actually quite low. Which would make it technically easy to implement, I believe. But as I said, I'm not, this is not a hill I'm willing to die on by any means. And I'm happy whichever way it goes. That's it, then.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you read the amendment, please?
It was moved by Councillor Redden, seconded by Councillor Longmire, to amend the policy by striking 6.2 sub 1 and 6.2 sub 2 and section 6.4.
I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those, oh, sorry, I missed Councillor Cotw. I'm going to have to start over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The amendment passes 6 to 5.
Mr. Warden,
Yes, Councillor Lamont.
I would like to make a motion that we, with the discussion that has been held here this morning, and our concerns of how these were written out, that, and we do still have to have some sort of direction, that the motion would be to send it to the CAO to review what was deleted from our policy. Well, it's not policy yet, but anyway, and see what he can come up with. Because we all have the same idea, that we need to be reporting to someone so that we know where we're at or what's going on. And 2 was not what it was supposed to be, etc. So I I don't think it should be, I didn't like the way it was there, so that's why I voted for it, but I still think it should be looked at, so that it could be more neatly clarified.
If I could respond to your comment, I take it you're not making an amendment or anything. The fact that these are removed, to me, doesn't mean that somebody can make an amendment to put something else in that's different from what was removed. So if your concern is, you know, it shouldn't be 2 days, it should be 5, or you know, if you call 24 hours instead of 48 hours, it's still, that can be put on the table. That's one thing I want to say, that if anybody wants to do it, that's still on the table. The second thing is, I do feel a real desire in the council to get something done today so that we can approve it in a week. And then if it's not perfect, we can bring it back. But I think council wants to be able to meet by video conferencing, that means we have to come up with something today.
No, I totally agree with that. I was just saying that I think in the near future, this needs to be,
Okay. You mean,
those 3 items need to come back to be cleaned up.
well, they can be brought back today if somebody wants to.
Well, I won't put the
Throw
motion
something
down there,
different.
but that's my intention is to.
Sure. So, let me just see where we are. So we've got a motion on the floor to approve this policy with the removal of 6.2 sub 1, 6.2 sub 2, and 6.4 is where we are at the moment. And there's also an amendment to section 4.1 to clarify that council committee meetings includes committee of the whole and other council meetings. That's where we are today. That's what is currently before this body. Okay. So, discussion on the motion or any amendments? Just a sec. I see Gunn and I see Bartow.
If I can just make clarification now.
Sure.
The original motion will need to be amended to read as amended, not as circulated. So when you're talking on your original motion, which is where you're going now, it needs an amendment to read as amended.
Deputy Ward.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, the MGA is how we dictate how we run this council, supposedly. And the MGA says it's 5 days, and I would like to make an amendment in 4.4, public notice 4.1, at least 5 days prior to the meeting, whether it's going to be where it's going to be. Because if I was a member of the public, now these are all ifs. If I was a member of the public and I couldn't get Wi-Fi where I live, and suddenly took an interest in council business, which I hope a lot of people do, I can't imagine what it would be like to go, to come in from wherever, Springfield, Maitland Bridge, wherever, into town, and find out that, oh, the meeting was going to be Zoom. Oh, they thought we changed that yesterday, or 2 days ago. I really believe that the policy is 5 days notice. Thank you. So I would amend that change in 4.1.
So you're making a motion to amend, are you?
In 4.1 to change 2 to 5?
Yes.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Motion for amendment? Councilor Redden, seconds. Discussion? Councilor Bartow?
I guess I spoke on that one before, and thank Councilor Gunn for stepping in there and making a motion, but I guess I would have seen stated business days, you know, whether it's 3 days, 2 days, 5 days, it should say whether it's that many days or if it's business days.
Just for clarification, if this is changed to 5, then the provision that, then we couldn't change it in that intervening 5 days for the snowstorm or anything like that, is that? Is that okay?
Well, a snowstorm, if I may, a snowstorm's slightly different, and the clerk did mention here a while ago that and you asked if the school system was closed, was the county closed? Well, I'm quite sure it was quite our policy for quite a few years. And a couple of years ago, when it snowed the devil, we would just cancel. If council that Tuesday was a snow day, you know, when school was closed, the county office was closed. That was normal practice for years here.
Apparently it's not now.
Okay.
It was never a written policy.
So it was never, thank you.
Okay, I saw another hand up, I didn't write it down. Councilor Morrison and Councilor Redden. Councilor Morrison, please.
I think that the amendment being put before us now could matter as much as the original wording does, which is in many ways no matter at all because of 4.3. And we have no definition of emergency, and we have been quite tolerant over the years about special meetings or meetings being called at very, very short notice.
Yeah, I think the word emergency is used in the Municipal Government Act for some meetings. Good, okay. Interesting point, Councilor Morrison, thank you. So you're saying that if we change 4.1 to 5, that we could still deal with a snowstorm under 4.3?
Yes.
Thank you. I have Councilor Redden.
I was essentially going to say what, well, not too eloquently as what Councilor Morrison said, so I'm done. Yeah.
I don't see any other hands. Oh, Councilor Hudson.
Yes, thank you very much. I guess in my mind, seeing that, you know, the clerk should know, as well as maybe yourself, Mr. Warden, about people, whether they're going to be attending meetings or not. So, having said that, I would like to make an amendment that 6.2 sub 1 be included.
Still got one on the floor.
There's a motion on
Oh,
the
okay.
floor right now. Amendment change 2 days to 5 days.
Okay,
So
so,
we'll deal with that and then we'll
okay,
come back to that. Anyone else to speak on the amendment to change 2 days to 5 days? I don't see any, so I will call for the vote. I think we know what it is. It's 4.1, changing 2 days to 5 days. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4. The amendment is carried. Okay, Councilor Hudson, you wanted to...
yes, I'd like to make another amendment to the policy. And I believe that 6.2 sub 1 should be included in the policy, but I would suggest that if included, that the last part of that sentence be removed, the part that says, and permission to do so has been given by the warden.
But we have already voted.
No, we vote. I made it clear that by voting to remove those, it was a package, and that if you didn't want, if you wanted to keep or change one, you could bring it back on the table, because, you know, you didn't agree with removing all of them. So I'm ruling that it's an appropriate amendment to the policy. So the motion is that he wishes to add a 6.2 sub 1 the same as the way it's written there, but without the words "and permission to do so having been given by the board." Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Conway, you seconding that?
Yeah, for discussion.
Okay. And Councillor Conway on the amendment.
Written notice, is that an email?
Traditionally, it does include email these days, yes.
Good.
Any other comments on the motion on the floor? Councillor Morrison? Sorry, I saw Councillor Redden first, I'm sorry.
So the text of the motion I have no problem with. It is the if statement that precedes it, which, if I'm reading this correctly, is implied permission. So if I don't tell the clerk 48 hours in advance, I am in fact being denied permission by the clerk to attend the meeting.
I think that is,
In effect, yes.
I think that's, you're not necessarily being denied by the clerk, but you haven't met the provisions of the policy.
Yeah. So, I like a lot of it, but I don't know if I'm for or against just at this very moment.
I'll let you come back for a second try if you want. Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. I'll be voting against this amendment on a matter of principle, that we in our wisdom, having declared a certain decision, are now creeping back. Thank you.
Councillor Bartow?
I agree with the previous comments from councillors that there was a lot of deletions from that. 0.7, 6 point, whatever. And we didn't get a chance to dissect it because some might have been in favor of some sections being taken out and not others. Therefore, I lean towards the motion by Councillor Hudson is just to give a chance to rectify, that global vote of too many issues in one deletion. I think it's important that we don't get hooked into a trap that we all the time, if something's put up like that, we lose things that not necessarily should be taken in, but reworded. I think if we don't have items 1 and 2 in there, we're in that danger of allowing someone to take off for 6 to 9 months and not have to get permission to do that. I think the responsibility is anticipated or assumed that you make your best efforts to get to an in-person meeting or a video conference that is scheduled.
Councillor Bartow, if I could interrupt you, my understanding of the amendment is only with respect to 6.2 sub 1, and I think you're referring to 6.2 sub 2. I got that straight, Councillor Hudson? It's only, the change is only to 6.2 sub 1.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that brings back in the responsibility for the person to get approval to allow them to remotely access a meeting. I don't think the 1 and 2 has to be in there if it's all covered in the 1. And it's assumed that they're participating upon reasonable request, then that should cover it. But if we don't, where it was eradicated on the previous motion, that safeguard is taken out of there. So I agree with Councilman Hudson, we need to have something back in there. And the wording, I just want to reread that again.
The wording is the same at 6.2 sub 1, other than the last phrase, permission to do so has been given by the board.
So I guess my comment about reasonable request, well, that would be inferred anyway. So yes, I think it's important to have that item in there to just that gray area way that you can't just automatically say, hey, it's October 31st, then I'll see you in the spring.
And see.
You know, like, you gotta have a little meat to the policy.
Any other comments on Councillor Hudson's amendment? I wanted to speak on it. I'd like to go last. You've spoken already, so maybe go ahead, and then I'll speak last.
Thank you. The point I thought about making, but I forgot to make, aside from my if statement, was in our policy that's coming forward after this, if it is approved, has a provision, if memory serves, about giving notice to the warden if you're going to be absent and what an excuse, which covers a little bit of what we're talking about, but not all of it. So I'm a little more against it now. This amendment.
Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment on the floor? So, Councillor Cotw, thank you.
Well, I guess I'm a bit confused on the fact is that under our regular committee meetings, if someone calls in sick, they have to be excused by council. And sometimes I feel that's what the last council kind of got into, is that they were never told why a person was sick and not coming to meetings. So personally, if I'm going to vote, if Brad calls up and says he's sick, and you approve it and come and ask for him to be excused, then after the first or second time, I'm going to ask, I want to know why. If we got to go in camera to find out why, I still want to know why, because I'm not going to vote excuse every time on his demand. So, same as going on conference, they're afraid someone's going to be in Florida for 6 months. Well, to me, when that person calls up and says, I would like to go on conference call to this meeting, they should have to give a reason. And that reason should be brought to this council to be voted on. Is it a good enough reason? If it's the 5th meeting and he's still in Florida, then I'm going to vote and say sorry. I'm not going to excuse him this meeting. So I have difficulty on, it's not the fact of giving him permission. It's the fact is that there's a job to be done, and he's to be riding himself here for council. And if in that provision of asking for video conferencing, it's still going to be tied back to, is council satisfied for the reason? This is council chambers. This is council's decision. This isn't an individual decision to say, and that's where I felt the last council got in trouble with the council. Because the warden just kept saying, we're going to excuse him, we're going to excuse him, we're going to excuse him, we're going to excuse him. No one knew why. And the NGA says after 3 meetings, your seat's empty.
I can respond to the points since, I've had to deal with it myself. If you're finished,
Yeah, and that's my concern, is that in this policy, it's great to be able to ask for, I'd like to go on Zoom because I'm here, or I'm there, or I'm sick, or whatever. But still should be excused by council to do that.
Okay, a couple of points if I could, Councillor Connor. First of all, we've gotten rid of 6.2 sub 2. So right now we don't have any restriction on the number of times that a person can call in and say they want to go to video conferencing. I anticipate that when we get around to it and my turn comes, I'm going to bring a motion that we should have a limit. I don't think somebody should be able to go away for a year and do that. That's my, so I'll bring a motion in that regard, if somebody else doesn't first. Secondly, Councillor Connell I'll share with you and with council, I've been confused a little bit about the wording of our policy about excusing people from council. Because it says that if they're excused by the warden, but it doesn't say why. And so am I supposed to say to the person, if he calls up, tell me why? And then do I make a decision if that's a good one or not? I guess so, but I'm with you. To me it seems that unless it's sometimes it's a personal health issue that the person would rather not have come before council. Maybe that's why the warden makes the decision, but I agree with your sentiment, Councillor Conlon. It's a decision of council, and I think generally speaking it should come before council to be excused, but that's currently not, I don't think, this particular issue, but I do agree with, so I'm saying I've been frustrated or confused, whatever the word is, with respect to how that's supposed to work, to be honest with you. And maybe we can clarify that as we go forward. So we have an amendment currently on the table, 6.2 sub 1, to put it back in, but take out the words permission to do so to be given by the warden. Any further discussion on that? If there isn't any, I'll leave the chair. The deputy, Councilor LeBlanc.
Just looking at it, again, that's one of these 48-hour things. I don't know 2 days before if I broke my leg or not. Let's just say that first, or if I'm tested positive. So, but this restricts 48 hours. Maybe it should. That we prefer 48 hours, however.
Could I help you out, to Councilor LeBlanc?
Yes, I'm looking at it, and there's an if, and this and that. And
I can state my position. My position is I'm going to support this because I think there should be something, but maybe instead of setting a time, it could be reasonable written notice. Instead of 48 hours. So if you would like to make an amendment to the amendment. And to say that it never provides a reasonable written notice to the clerk. Is that where you're going on this? I'm just trying to help you out.
Yes, I know why there's 48 hours, and I understand it. However, there's always a problem. And does it have to be written and it not be verbal? Because depending on the situation.
Well, look, we have an amendment on the floor, and if you'd like to make an amendment to the amendment, that's going to be up to you.
Well, I'll give it a shot. I would like to amend it by saying written or verbal notice to the clerk. That's one of them. And I want to keep 48 hours in there, preferably 48 hours or a reasonable time frame, because I know we need the 48, but it doesn't put me off. It doesn't put the counselor off if something happens the next day, but they can still go on video. So, I'm sure Carolyn is saying, have you made up your mind?
Well, we'll give you a minute to think about how you want to phrase your amendment to the amendment.
Okay, the council member provides preferably 48 hours. Are we reasonable? See if it doesn't fit there. Written or oral notice to the clerk. Anybody want to help out? You're quite welcome. Preferably 48 hours. Well, if you just put preferably 48 hours, it doesn't bind you to 48 hours.
Minimum.
Minimum.
No,
Right.
minimum would bind you to 48.
Yeah.
unless you state, you know, an emergency or other extenuating circumstances.
But minimum does bind, because it's a number. Preferably does not bind.
I'm going to leave it to you, Councilor Blanc.
Does preferably bind?
No, it would leave some discretion in the clerk, I would think.
40, if I can just interject, 48 hours is going to be a Sunday for a Tuesday meeting.
Yeah.
Jeez, you're not working.
And I thought of that, exactly. So we'll have to change meetings to Wednesdays, is that what you're I'll put preferably.
So put it in English.
So provides preferably 48 hours written or verbal notice?
Yes.
Is that how you wish it
Yes.
to read?
Yes.
Is there a seconder to the amendment to the amendment? I don't see any seconders to your
Yeah,
amendment.
that's right.
to the amendment.
No problem there.
So, we're back to the amendment as indicated. I'm trying to see if, I'm going to need some hands up if anybody wants to speak further. Okay, I see, just a second, Cotw and Hudson. Go ahead, Councilor Cotw.
Just a question. How much time leeway? Because we're probably not going to be able to pinpoint this down to cover everything. If I get up this morning and I did a rat test because it wasn't feeling good, and I tested positive, how much time does it take to be able to set up for a video conference? If I called Carolyn this morning and said, no, she's probably not in the office till 8 o'clock, her meeting is at 9. I said, Carolyn, I've tested positive today, but I want to attend the meeting. Is it possible to go and have it set up that quickly?
If the meeting is here, yes. And I start work at 8:30, not 8.
We're going to change that at 6. No, and that was my point, is that, like Councilor LeBlanc said, she's leaving her house this morning, falls down, breaks her leg. You know, she still might want to attend the meeting, and that's what.
But she didn't get a seconder to her amendment.
And that's what Rick has said, is that we shouldn't be denied to be able to come to a meeting or be involved in a meeting. But it's hard to hit all the circumstances that could be covered by it, right? But I just wanted to know how, if it could be done, how quick it could be set up. I understand everything's here in this building, so if the meetings were here, and I think Carolyn got a call at 8:30, it could be achieved. That was my...
And the written notice is because if there's an email, and I get an email, I can forward it to IT. Because I do look at my phone when I get up in the morning. Sometimes I don't respond to everything, but I do look.
I hear Councilor Bartow, and then I see you, Deputy Warden.
I think I had my hand up.
Pardon me?
I said I don't think I had
Oh,
my hand up.
oh, you're right. I was looking in the wrong place on my page.
But-
Councilor Hudson.
What was that? What was that? Councilor LeBlanc's, nobody seconded, so.
Nobody seconded, so it died.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, Councilor Bartow, I was looking at the wrong place.
Seeing as how you mentioned me, maybe I can change that amendment just so that we can, because it seems that there's a lot of concern with that.
Well, before you're going any further, I did see Councilor Hudson, and I saw the Deputy Warden,
Okay?
but I'll come back to you.
Maybe
So-
they'll cover it for you.
Okay, so Councilor Hudson,
My question was the same as Councilor Collins.
okay. All right, and then next, Deputy Warden.
Thank you. As we have found out, written information is a record. Oral information, there's no record of it. People forget oral things. I do all the time. Thank you.
Councilor Bartow, did you want to speak to the amendment?
seem to be stumbling over the 48 hours. And I think we're all reasonable people, so could we just take I'd like to make an amendment to that, to say, to take out 48 hours and just put reasonable. Or reasonable time.
Reasonable notice.
Reasonable.
So you're making an amendment,
reasonable- so
you're
just-
making an amendment to the amendment, saying that take out 48 hours and just provides reasonable
Yeah, and
written
then
notice?
written notice.
And is there a seconder to that amendment to the amendment? Councilor Longmire seconds it. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. I don't see, Councilor Longmire, you wish to speak to that?
Yes, and it really does speak to Councillor Connell when he spoke about a positive rapid test moments before he leaves his door to come and attend a meeting. That's that flexibility that we're going to have. Likewise, if he took a test and he had symptoms and it came up negative, I still would like him to be able to have the option to attend a meeting video conferencing, then come here with symptoms that can then create challenges for others.
If I have this right, current status of the motion on the policy before us wouldn't require anybody who wants to attend by video conferencing to notify the clerk, because that's been removed. Okay, so that's the status quo. So the amendment to the amendment now suggests reasonable written notice, and that's the motion that has been seconded. Councilor Morrison?
I'd just like to question the acceptance of an amendment to the amendment, which has nothing to do with the amendment. The amendment is to remove, and permission to do so has been given by the warden. That is what we should be discussing. If someone wishes a further amendment, once we have disposed of this, then we can enter into further amendments, but I don't think that the amendment to the amendment is germane.
The earlier motion removed 6.2 sub 1 from the policy. Councilor Hudson didn't move. What he moved was an amendment to the policy. Okay, he wanted to put 6.21 back without the clause. Permission to do so has been given by the warden. That was just a short form rather than reading out the first two lines in a bit of 6.2.1. So he was making an amendment to the policy.
I erred.
So we're back to would anyone else, so we now have an amendment to the amendment that it's not going to be 48 hours written notice, it's going to be reasonable written notice. Any other comments on the amendment to the amendment? No. Since it's your amendment, Councilor Bartow, I'll come to you at the end.
Sure.
Councilor Redden?
So, with reasonable notice there, or without notice, so if we look at this motion, speaking to the wrong thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else to the amendment, which is the reasonable instead of 48 hours? Councilor Bartow, did you want to say something further?
I just wanted to add that it's important to get this back in here with some kind of notice. And it was mentioned before that there was nothing stopping someone from participating because of previous. But this gives the part in here where it gives the clerk enough notice to link them in. Because if you can't link in, it's not like I can say, oh, I'm not going to leave, and I've got no link. You have to have that link set up to be able to access the meeting. And that's the importance of having this.
Any other comments on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, the amendment is, I'll just say in short form, is to change 48 hours to reasonable written notice. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, oh, it's unanimous. And opposed? Nay. Motion's unanimous. Thank you.
Yeah, on the vote,
Yeah,
What we've now said is that we have to provide a reasonable written notice.
right,
There's no mention of time
right.
at all. What it means is your written notice has to be reasonable.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well said.
Yeah.
So, council, let me just point out that it's 11:10. We're kind of on a roll here, but some of you may want to take a break, bathroom break or whatever, before we keep going. And if anybody wants to do it, let's do it. Anybody want to take a break? So we'll keep going, that's what I see around the room.
We have presentation
Well, we have presentations.
Presentations.
at 11.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, we do, I
We
forgot.
can take a break before
So,
presentation.
shall we take a break or move to the
You
presentation?
should have presentation. You might want to do us right then.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Thank you, council. We're back live in the continuation of the session of the council meeting. We have 2 presentations on the agenda. The first is the Clean Annapolis River Project. Is there someone here to speak to that? I don't see anyone to speak to that, so we'll go to the second presentation. The Atlanta Hospice Society, Mr. Savette. Yes.
So I can see.
You have 10 minutes, sir, for your presentation.
Good morning, Warden, councilors, guests. Thank you for the opportunity to present the latest on the funding of hospice, headed up by the Atlanta Hospice Society. The goal of the society is to establish a residential style hospice in the Corvallis area to serve the counties of Annapolis and Digby and the surrounding areas. We're a bunch of dedicated individuals on the board that have various competencies like finance, tech, and so forth. And we were registered as a not-for-profit society in the province of Nova Scotia in 2017. By the way, the name Atalanta is the name of the ship that was captained by Sir Admiral Robert Digby, and he a whole bunch of United Empire loyalists from Maine after the war and dropped them off at Joggins Bridge in Digby. So the hospice will be the first residential style hospice in this part of the province in Nova Southwest. And the idea is to provide a community hub for palliative and hospice care services, so through a setup of volunteers that will provide that service. So we're in the middle of doing like a gap analysis to determine, where the holes are, and the hospice will eventually become like a hub for the distribution and managing of those volunteers. The hospice will obviously be a sanctuary for the terminally ill requiring life care and management. The thing about a hospice is that it's in the business of death. So when you have people in their end of life stage of either a few days or a few weeks, even a month or so, the staff and the volunteers are there to care for the individuals with dignity and respect, something that is sometimes hard to find when you're on a gurney in a hallway in the hospital, and the staff are very busy dealing with heart attacks and car accidents and so on and so forth. So it is a place of calm and reflection for family and for the patients. So we're looking at the operations to start in 2025. We're in the initiative of dealing with the architecture to come up with a design based on various standards that are defined by the Nova Scotia Health Authority. So obviously, 2025 might sound like it's very close, but it might be delayed a bit because as we get more information about the standards in terms of the requirements and the rooms that are size and so on and so forth, that may alter that date. So we will look at an initial structure of 5 beds. Most of the hospices and stay centers are start off with 10-bed units. We hope to design the facility so that if there is a greater need for more beds, then we're able to bolt on another module with 3 or 5 beds. Well, we've commissioned Joe's Architects in Annapolis and working with them, fine people. We've had a couple meetings already with them, and I think that we made a good choice with going with them. The current estimate for this construction and equipment cost is $3.5 million for the hospice. So we're located in the lands that were donated to us by the Annapolis Basin Conference Center in Cornwallis Park. And there are 2 areas, the main area and that. I know this one here is still under the jurisdiction of Annapolis Royal, and we've been talking about the possibility of expanding to include that. The hospice itself may not occupy the entire location. And if you remember the history of this place, that used to be a hospital that used to treat tuberculosis, and that service was shut down and then it was torn down. So that is the location. And we kind of look at it as being the Switzerland between Annapolis County and Digby County. So there's a lot of people from Digby, when the Y was open, came to this area. And of course, you also have a population in the Annapolis County. So there's a bunch of services that the hospice is going to provide, including emotional and spiritual support for families. So I have like grief center and grief counselors. We also expect that the hospice will reduce the stress on limited spaces available in the Annapolis County and as well as Digby County, and therefore freeing up that space for people that are, heart attacks and other situations that require attention and care, and you pull those individuals out that are in their last last moments of life, and place them into a center, which is their business to take care of people like that. So overall, it's a positive impact on healthcare services. And the hospice as well will provide opportunities for contractors during the build phase and labor pool during construction, and then there will be some opportunities for deployment when hospice has been built. So we were, given that we started in 2017 and we did some stuff till about 2019, and then the pandemic hit, and then we sat around trying to figure out what do we do. And we were basically kind of dormant for about 18 months because we weren't really sure what's going to happen. And we kind of resurrected our activities last year with the introduction of a number of initiatives, including the Quest Funded Hospice that started, that was scheduled in September of last year. We raised $17,000 with donations from municipality Digby and from the Annapolis West Health Foundation as well as the APCC. So very kind donations, and we had a pretty good turnout and rode 250 kilometers, 50 kilometers a day, round and round and round. The initial idea was to ride from Halifax to Digby on the number 1, but the province was not too quick on providing permits and using COVID as being the reason for not being able to satisfy that. And also without having a sanctioned event, the insurance for drivers, we needed truck drivers before and after in a horse trailer, that they would be pulling out and not providing support for the drivers, and so they started backing off, and so we ended up doing the whole thing on the property, which alleviated a lot of issues. So the planned activities for 2022, we're expecting to have the initial rendering and sort of a rough layout of the floor plan by June, and once we have that in hand, including a 3D video where you kind of fly through the structure virtually, we're going to start having events and information sessions in various locations to educate the public on this is what we're thinking about, this is what we're going towards, and we're expecting that to be available in June. So the hospice ride, the night ride in September, gave us enough funding to actually commission the architect to do the first bit on the project. And then when we raise more funds, then we go to the next phase, or halfway to the next phase. So we're not just sort of sitting there and waiting until we reach $3.5 million. We're actually initiating development along the way so that we could inform the public, where we are in this project. And we started the 50/50 online raffle last May, and that's been relatively successful. And it's not a giant moneymaker, but it's helping pay the bills, so that's a good thing. So the ask that we're asking is $50 grand annually for 2022 through 25. The weeks we expect, or at least the current plan, is to be in operation, construction operation by 2025. And again, I'll frame that as we do more work with the architects and implement and incorporate the various standards, which are kind of changing and shifting in the province of Nova Scotia, that may have an impact on the final dates and the cost of the facility. I think the slide's been out of order. There it is. So this is something I got from Ken Buckles, and it clearly shows the trending of where people are dying. And in Canada, we are the most hospital-centric country on the planet in the West. When things go wrong or you're going to be dying, you go to the hospital. And really, it's not the best place to go. And what we like to do, and the governments have programs in place to encourage dying at home, keeping people at home for as long as possible. So hopefully with the introduction to hospice and various programs, that trend's going to go up and the hospital stays will decrease. And the cost of daily care in a hospital is around $1,100, and these are numbers from Ontario. These are very similar to the numbers in Nova Scotia. In fact, I think this is from 2016 or 17, so the cost is very much more. But you can see that the cost for palliative care is less than the acute hospital care, and then the hospice care is even less than that. And then, of course, the most economical cost is the diet at home. So there's definitely an economic benefit for the province by having a hospice, reducing those costs in the hospital, and transferring to a lesser cost environment in a hospice environment. And that's my presentation. And back upstairs.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any questions, comments, Councilor Bartel?
Would this be a Department of Health funded operation?
Sorry?
Is this a Department of Health funded operation?
No, it's not. Not at this point.
It's totally private?
At this point, the province is not interested in capital spending. So our intention is to raise a capital bill and hopefully be able to fund a portion of its operations. They have talked about that when the building or the facility has been constructed, that they'll offer, maybe a registered nurse, maybe a doctor, a couple of 2 or 3 professionals, that they would be covered by the province. The rest of the costs will be borne by the communities. It's going to be a challenge. The cost of the hospice will probably run about $750,000 a year just to keep it going. So, buried in that would be the 2 or 3 people from Nova Scotia Health, and then other staff admin, and so on and so forth. So it's not a funded project by the province, but they might pick up the slack down the road, hopefully.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think this is a great idea and probably well needed in Southwest Nova for your project. But you mentioned Annapolis Royal, and your ask from us is $50,000 a year for the next 4 years. And my query here would be, is Annapolis Royal, we are the municipality, the county of Annapolis here, but is Annapolis Royal, I see DB put in 4,000 or 2,000. Is Clare, have we more municipality, perhaps Queens, and all these other are they going to pitch, are they being asked as well?
We're going to be meeting with Claire to see their interest, because there seems to be a cultural division or line where, you know, once you're past Weymouth, it's okay, your orientation's towards Yarmouth. We're not really sure about that. And I'll be talking with some of the senior folks in the Clare to determine their level of interest and engagement with the project. And then we're going to go also northward towards Lake Middleton and Lawrencetown to see what their interest, because there's a bit of orientation where they, well, you know, we're here, so we're going to be focused towards Kentville. So the catchment area might be, you know, maybe a portion of Annapolis County and a portion of Digby County, with possibility of people coming in from beyond those areas.
Councilor Longmire?
Thank you. First, I would like to say thank you so much for this presentation. It is, death and dying is certainly a specialty, and so it should be coveted just as that. And it's why I so enjoy knowing and I'm so impressed to see this development through this hospice. And I've spoken to many who are part of this as it's moving forward. And I would like to ask just one question around MAID. And will the hospice offer or open its arms to persons who choose to pass through the MAID program?
There's been some discussion about that. The current initiative is the hospice, and MAID is kind of can be a sensitive subject for both professionals and families. And at this point, want to keep it very simple. And you know, once we establish the hospice and its services and all the volunteers surrounding to support it, then we'll look at possibility of expanding it to include other aspects like MAID. You know, we toyed with the idea of let's see. We toyed with the idea of turning this whole area into a future medical campus where you have hospice care, long-term care, and so forth. And so we're open to partnering with developers to build a long-term care, because that is actually a moneymaker, which could help offset the cost of the hospice. So we're throwing these ideas around. We've had some queries with certain developers, so there's always that possibility. The principal intention is to build a hospice, and if partnering with the developer is going to make that happen, then we'll do it. You know, we know that we need something like that in this area.
Thank you.
Well, we're past our 10 minutes. I didn't see any other hands up, so Mr. Savet, appreciate you coming. Thank you very much for the presentation.
And may I just point out, he said that portion of land is controlled by Annapolis Royal. He meant to say Annapolis County. Oh, yeah, white spot.
So we're back at the council video conferencing policy.
You got a question now?
Sorry, you got a question?
So they made a request, so don't we make a motion to send that request for the city staff to come up with support that request?
I think what
I think we'll let the clerk wishes to respond to your comment, Councilor Cotw.
When you get presentations, it's not on the agenda to discuss it. If you wish to discuss what you want to do, if you want to do it, you have to amend your order of the day to add that as an item for discussion.
and what the intent is, they're going to
Just
fill out the
hold on
forms.
just a sec. Mr. Dick?
Just so council's aware, as we're drafting the budget, that will be included in our budget request for this current year. Council can debate it at that time.
I just don't want it to be lost.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. So we're back at the council video conferencing policy.
You're on the amended amendment.
We're at Councilor Hudson's amended amendment, is that where we are?
Mhm.
And perhaps you could read the amended amendment for us, Madam Clerk.
Was moved by Councillor Hudson, seconded by Councillor Connell, to add Article 6.2 subsection 1 to read, prior to the meeting, the council member provides reasonable written notice to the clerk indicating that the council member wishes to attend the meeting by video conference.
Okay. Are there any other comments, Councilor Redden? So this is the amendment to the policy that we're debating at the moment.
Yes, so it strikes me now that the reasonable written notice, and this is me inferring what our current policy has been around video conferencing, was that the clerk sent out an invitation to attend Zoom. Well, whether this amendment is there or not, you still need to tell the clerk you want to attend, or you're not going to get an invitation to attend Zoom, as the Councilor Bartow pointed out. So I don't know that this clause is doing anything. Like, if the clause is not there, you don't give the clerk, and you don't tell the clerk you want to attend remotely, well, you're not going to end up attending remotely because you're not going to be able to log in. So we have a clause that I would say is mostly functionally not useful. It's not achieving anything practical. It's not. You're just ticking a box on a piece of paper by having a policy here that tells the clerk you're there, when you have to do that anyways, or you're not going to end up getting into the meeting. So I'm still against it. I'm just saying that even if it's not there, you still have to tell the clerk.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. So the clerk just read the amendment to the policy, so I see no other hands up, so I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the amendment on the floor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, counting me. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4. The amendment is passed. Are there any other amendments to the policy? Well, I'd like to make an amendment to the policy, and so I'll leave the chair. Okay. I'm referring to 6.2 bracket 2. It's my view that there should be some restriction on being able to attend by video conferencing. I don't think it's right that if we pass it without that there, as it currently stands, somebody could live somewhere else other than as long as they meet the residency requirements, I guess. They could go away for 3 or 4 months in the winter in Florida and keep doing it. I guess some people think that's okay. I happen to think it's not. That's my own view, I'm sorry. So I would propose an amendment that it's going to be similar to 6.2 bracket 2. But before I read it out, I'm going to say that I'm going to move it to 3 meetings rather than 2. I think 2 is a little too small. I'm going to say if you want to do more than 3, you have to get permission of council. So that would allow for the situation where, somebody's really sick. We have sympathy with them. They want to participate, and council can give permission for more than 3 in a year. So that's where my head is at, and so I'll read out what I have. If you look at 6.2 bracket 2, and I'll start with the beginning of the section. Subject to the other provisions of this policy, Permission may be granted to a council member to participate in a meeting or part of a meeting by video conference if, down to sub 2, the council member has not participated in more than 3 meetings by video conference in the preceding 12 months, in addition to meetings in which all council members participated by video conference, or has received permission from council to participate in a meeting by video conference. So, is there a seconder for my motion? The deputy warden seconds it.
Would you repeat it, please?
Do you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
I'm looking at 6.2, bracket 2. The council member has not participated in more than 3 meetings by video conference in the preceding 12 months, in addition to meetings in which all council members participated by video conference, or has received permission from council to participate in the meeting by video conference. And that was seconded by Councilor Longmire.
That was your motion?
That was my
Yes.
motion. So I'm not the chair. I'm the deputy warden. I'm not the chair.
Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. So that means councilors can participate in 4 video conference meetings, and after that, need permission of the warden.
I think it's 3. They can participate in 3 as of right. And after that, it's not the warden, it's council.
Well, it says, if the council member has not participated in more than 3 meetings in the preceding 12 months. So if you have
Participated
in
in 3.
3, you can, because it says, if you have not participated in more than 3. So if I have just participated in 3, you can give me permission.
The council can give permission.
Council, yes.
Yeah. So in other words, it would have to come before council to determine if it's a valid reason for you to be exercising 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, or whatever it is, time to attend by video conferencing when the rest of us are meeting in person. I'm not in the chair.
Oh, Councilor Barrett, if I can.
Just expanding on that permission and the expediency of meetings. And if I found out that I got up one day and I said, oh, broke my leg, I can't get out of the house, I don't want to participate that way. If I've already had my 3, and if only council can approve the next one, council meeting would get together and have to address that before I could be let in. The timing's a little strange unless the IT was set up just in case council approved it or not to let me in. Is that getting a little cumbersome to the point? I'm not sure just whether it directly relates to this or whether it should be another issue, but it's like how quickly can you approve it if you don't approve it in advance? If council has to be together to approve it, they're already in the meeting. If you get approval from the warden or the clerk ahead of time, or some kind of a phone tag and say, are we going to let this happen, get the majority so that it can be set up so that the individual can actually participate.
I would think that would be reasonable.
But if it's a council decision at a council meeting, then they're already in the meeting before that's even decided, and you've kind of missed the boat on it. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not sure if anybody's thought of that or not.
Councilor Levon.
Thank you. Well, that certainly is a good point, and as we brought that valid point all along. My number of 3 consecutive meetings, is that 3 as in committee of the whole, council, and a regular committee meeting? Or is it, and then there's a special council stuck in there after one of these committee of the wholes? Does that count as 3? So now,
But it doesn't say
I'm not
consecutive.
sure. I don't know. Consecutive is consecutive, so
I didn't see
at one
consecutive.
point we were talking about if you miss 3 council meetings in a row.
It's not here.
But,
It's not part of this.
so, that's my question. My question is, what does 3 consecutive meetings mean? Does it mean my committee meeting, the committee of the whole meeting, and the council meeting, and then I'm done?
Consecutive isn't in this. Consecutive is not in there.
Maybe it should.
That's in the MGA. Your question is this referring to 3 of one kind of meeting or 3 of any
Of any?
kind of meeting?
Mhm.
If I could just interrupt, the meeting is defined in our current policy. Right now it means a regular special meeting of council, whether you might want it. What I had in mind was committee of the whole or council meeting.
It's been amended to add all committees and
That's
council
right.
meetings.
No, but but the definition of meeting is still there.
The definition of meetings was amended earlier to read, meeting means a regular or special meeting of council, committee of the whole, and all committees of council.
Oh, okay, my mistake.
So that would be,
Sure, consecutive meeting.
3.
No, not
It's not
consecutive.
consecutive, but it's three accumulated, 3 of all the meetings.
3 of all of these, okay. Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. But I find myself a couple of times confusing this with policies for meetings. And I have to realize that this is a policy for video conferencing, which is entirely separate from the regulations for attendance at non-video conference meetings.
That's the way I would take it, too.
And so the numbers are different.
Anybody else?
If I could just close the debate then. Again, I'll just say, I'd like to have something in there so you can't go away for 12 months and come in by video conference all the time. I picked 3 out of the year. You know, you can, but if somebody's really late up or they have a real excuse, then council can do it to respond to Councilor Bartow's question. I think the reality is that if somebody wanted to attend by video conference and they'd already used up their 3, they'd call the warden and it would be worked out that, look, you know, I want to do it again and I need permission of council. And I run into that already. You see, when people want to be excused from a meeting, and I explained earlier responding to Councilor Cotw, do I express to the council why the person has come to me and wants to be excused? I kind of think I should, but sometimes it's sensitive, and I agree with Councilor Cotw. Maybe in that situation, it should still go to the council, and then the council should go on camera if it's a sensitive thing. I think that was a good idea. But all I'm saying is that it should be, I don't think it's the warden's decision to keep saying, yeah. I think it's the council's decision, so that's why I've worded the motion this way.
Any other questions on it? Then I'll call for the...
Just one more, if I may.
Councilor LeBlanc.
So I'm wondering who is going to keep tabs on this? The warden or the clerk?
Or the counselor.
Or the council? Well, I know. However, at one point, somebody has to, you know.
If I may interject here a little bit. When we ran into a problem a few years ago and council wasn't showing up, I found that other councilors kept tally pretty well. And when that particular councilor wasn't here for a few months, we brought it up and we kept tally on the meetings where they weren't there or were there. Council did that themselves. And we weren't, when the subject came up, it soon wasn't long before we found that out, what the tally actually was. Thank you. And, Councilor Morrison.
I'd like to point out that council did not keep track. individual members of council had their own little sheets in which they kept track. So I don't want anyone to infer that council as a whole kept track.
No, well, I certainly wasn't using it. Councilor Barrett.
Just expanding on that is, record keeping is an important thing. And to assume somebody else is doing it, or that's one thing. We got to ask a question through the clerk, is when we are registered in the minutes for attendance, if somebody is attending separately by Zoom, is that noted?
Yeah.
Okay, so we could go back to the minutes and go through and find out from minutes, but you'd have to go through, if it's expanded as it was amended in the first of this thing, from just council meetings and committee of the whole to all meetings, it starts to get a little more complicated.
So there is no one staff person who is tracking attendance of councilors at whatever committees they may be attending. Councilors are tracking what meetings they're attending and how they're attending.
So,
Staff doesn't track you.
so is there some kind of, I'm not sure if there's an easy spreadsheet that you could just plug it in? But otherwise, it's kind of the honor system.
You've all sworn an oath.
That's right, that's right. Simply said.
All right. Is there anything else on the amendment to the policy? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on that amendment to the policy. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Anybody against? Nope. That amendment to the policy has been passed. Unanimous. Thank you. I'll hand the chair back to you, Warden.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. There is one other item I'd like to raise. I don't know if it's going to need an amendment. I don't think so, but I do want to raise it to the council, and I don't know if I'm raising it as the warden or as a council at the moment, because I'm not right now proposing a motion, but I want to point out 4.3. Now, it's under the heading public notice, but it says notwithstanding subsection 4.2 above, where the warden determines that there is an emergency, a meeting may be conducted by video conference without notice or with such notice as is possible in the circumstances. Now, right now this policy doesn't point out who decides whether we're going to be meeting by video conference or in person. In this particular meeting, according to the MGA, we have to meet in person because we hadn't yet passed a policy to allow us to meet in video conferencing. So that's what led to some of the confusion over the past few days. Once we pass the policy, hopefully next week, then we're at liberty to meet, in video conference or whatever. As I read 4.3, it's up to the warden, if there's an emergency, to say we're doing it by video conference. And I'm trying to think in my head, being the warden at the moment, I can't imagine doing it unless, I can't imagine meeting by video conference unless there was an emergency. That emergency could be COVID is expanding, could be a snowstorm, it could be, some other thing that I can't really imagine, but to me this kind of covers the situation being that we're going to meet in person unless the warden says we're going to meet by video conference. That's the way I read this, and that's the way I would proceed. And I just thought I'd raise that unless we need to change that in some way, but that's the way I see it. So I just thought I'd bring that for discussion. Councilor Bartel?
That's under the category of public notice, not meeting, not.
It is.
Haven't had a meeting, so.
Yeah, I know it's kind of, in a perfect world, it would be somewhere else in the policy, and that's a good point. Councilor, are you finished, Councilor Bartos? Councilor Cotw?
Well, I would think that any person that's sat in as a warden, if he got a majority emails from this council, he could take in consideration of what the council was looking for.
I agree.
If that warden doesn't, he probably won't be there. I'm just stating the fact.
I agree with you, and I pointed out, Councilor Connell, that in Halifax, the mayor took a poll of the councillors, which is what I would intend to do, but in this particular meeting, we didn't have that luxury, because we had to meet in person until we passed a motion to meet by video conference. Councilor Redden, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, I mean, building on what Councilor Cotw is saying, I mean, and what the clerk alluded to, is we've all signed a note. I think so much of what we've just talked about over the last hour is about our own responsibilities and being held to account. And when you put that in writing, and when is it just, when do you just trust us to put our, adult pants on and be a responsible individual? And like you said, I think if the warden was, as Councilor Connell indicated, the warden has that responsibility as well to make a good faith call in an emergency. And I'm quite sure I trust myself and the rest of the council here to hold a warden to account if they were doing something in bad faith. So it's a good point that you've raised, and a good conversation.
If I can just comment on that point.
Sure.
If there was an emergent issue where a special meeting had to be called, it might be more expedient to do it by video conference than to try and get everyone to come to a place.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what that is trying to cover right there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree, and that's why it's there, and so I just thought I'd point out that that's the way I read it, that if we want to meet by video, an emergency could be just the timing. We don't have time to get together.
Mm-hmm.
That could be an emergency. But it clarifies that it's the warden, and I agree that if the warden is going to abuse the privileges of being the warden, he's going to be held to account by his council. I agree with that. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out so we're all on the same page. I don't intend to make a motion to amend anything. Are there any other amendments to the policy as currently? Well, it looks like we can call for a vote.
You have to amend your motion.
Okay, yeah, that's amended. So,
Unless the mover and seconder can agree to change the motion to read as amended, or you can make a formal amendment to that motion.
sure, I'll ask the mover and the seconder if they'll agree. Do we know who the mover and
Yes.
seconder is?
No. Yes. Deputy Warden Gunning, Councillor Longmire.
You agree that the recommendation will now read Municipal Council approve AM 1.201 Council Bill video conferencing policy as amended, 7-day notice.
Absolutely.
They agree, Councillor Longmire, they agree. So, do we need a vote on that?
We do.
No, but on them, that's okay, and then we can vote on
the motion.
Okay.
So the motion would be, Deputy Warden Gunn moved, seconded by Councillor Longmire, that Municipal Council approve AM 1.2.0.1 Council video conferencing policy as amended, 7-day notice.
We'll call for the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All those opposed? I don't hear any motions carried unanimous. Well, thank you, Council. Very well done, Council. It's an important and difficult policy to have, and perhaps regretfully we have another long involved one coming up this afternoon. But, so I think it's a good time for lunch. I noticed last time that those of us that went to a restaurant, it took us a little more than an hour. So maybe we'll try an hour and 15 minutes. There is going to be a long session this afternoon, so It's 12:04 according to this clock, so I'm going to say let's try and be back to 1:20, and then we'll continue the remainder of the meeting. Welcome everybody to the afternoon session of a meeting of the Committee of the Whole for the Municipality of the County of Annapolis. We're now at the item with respect to the committees of council. Let me just see if I can pull out the actual, what the number is.
6.3?
6.3, is it?
That's up on the
6.3.
screen.
Deputy Warden, do you want to read the recommendation?
I think I have the right one. Warden, page 2374, recommendation that municipal council repeal AM-1.2.0, council meetings and procedures policy, and AM-1.3.5, committees of council policy, and approve AM-1.2.0, committees of council and council meetings, procedures, policy, as circulated, 7-day notice.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Sheridan seconds. Discussion on that policy. Councilor Cotw?
I'd like to defer this till maybe the whole next month. We asked before when a new policy is being made up or revised that we get a copy of the old policy so we can compare what we're losing and what we're gaining. I didn't have time to print that off and compare and see what we're throwing away and what we're getting new. And I've got this one all marked up so far, we'll be all dead. I prefer to defer it until maybe the whole of May.
So nobody asked that when I circulated it a month ago?
No.
But we said that in previous.
We have a motion on the floor. I just need to check my cheat sheet on a motion to adjourn here. This is a motion to, not to table it, but to postpone the, here we are, postpone the matter. As I read this, it needs a seconder, and it's debatable, and it's a majority vote. Okay? So is there a seconder to the motion that Councillor Connell has made? I see Councillor Longmire seconds the motion. So the issue before us is whether to postpone consideration of this issue until the next meeting of Committee of the Whole. Who would like to speak to that? Councillor Redden?
Just one question. There was some urgency to our policy about video conferencing. Is there any reason, is there any urgency to this being updated?
I'll ask staff to respond to that question. Is there any urgency to any of these items?
Does that matter?
Well, that's a fair question. You know, I take it the answer I'm seeing is that, probably we could deal with it next month if we wanted to. But I'm taking your body language.
If council wants to do that, then council can decide that, yes.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Longmire.
Thank you. Can I speak to, just through you, Warden, to Carolyn? Just a tip. I'm just wondering if, as Councillor Connell had said, he didn't have time to print a second one or other things to compare. I'm just wondering if we can highlight the area with no...
There were too many changes to
Okay,
two policies
sure.
to be able to say we're removing this and we're changing that to this. That's why two are being repealed and one only is replacing.
It is quite a whole new thing.
Yeah.
Any other comments with respect to the motion on the floor to put this over? Councillor Bartel?
I agree, it needs to be tabled. It's too much information put on us at the last minute to digest. I read through this all, is what combining two 10-page ones into a 20-page one. It's not highlighted, not clear what the changes were. The other two policies I did not have a chance to digest or have any kind of comparison as to what it was versus what proposed. It's just too much that we'll be here till midnight that background, there's just too many questions to at this point. So I would go along with it being diverted to another meeting. We just got this in our package. I was sick all weekend. I had the chance to look at it.
Anybody else? Councilor Well?
Well, I'll certainly go with what the council members want to do. However, I'd like to say that I read it through and I saw some of the changes, and some of the changes are very good. And as far as I would be concerned, I'd be able to go on this and vote on this today and the changes. But I will go with, and I'd also like to thank the team that worked on this, because it was quite an effort as well to go put this thing together. So I'll go with the majority.
Councilor Morrison?
Let me say, first of all, I appreciated the work that's gone into this. We have opinions expressed in council and out of council every once in a while about what kind of a job being a councillor is. And my view is that being a councillor is a full-time job. But as Councillor Long said, if folks are not prepared to deal with it today, we'll deal with it again. Thank you.
Anyone else? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. I very much appreciate this. I see where it's needed, where we're going. I think these are some good changes. But I do agree with Councillor Morrison and LeBlanc. It's good. If it can hold off a minute, fine. It would be nice to look at the old policy and compare it with the new. But I'm willing to go, I go either way. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Pratt?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in full agreement with whatever the vote of council is to do it today is okay for our meeting. And if it's a will of the majority to put it forward, then so be it. But it, sometimes, what is the thing about picturing the Titanic change things happen overnight, but it certainly was well put together and there's lots there to digest.
Anyone else? I'd like to make a comment, so I'll leave the chair for a minute. I'm going to support Councilor Collins' motion. I'm doing that because I, like others have indicated, there's a lot of questions I have, a lot of comments. This is very important, very important. And I question, in fact, whether we can actually do this in a regular council meeting. And to me, I'm looking at the clock, it's 1:30 already, we've had a long morning. To get into this today now with some other things on the agenda, my call is to put it over, and in fact, I'll speak to CAO Dick when he gets back and the clerk, and we'll have a discussion as to whether this requires a special meeting of council, and maybe I'll poll council or what I'll do, but I just thought I'd express my view that I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you. Take the chair back.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else want to comment? If not, I'll call for
I would add something, Mr. Warden, that might be useful, if that's all right. If you had thought of perhaps having a special meeting to do this, I would let all of you know that I have a big policy coming up as well. I have taken all of the HR personnel policies and put them into one policy rather than a number of policies. It will also be a significant one to consider, so if your thought was that this was something you might have to have a special meeting, we could schedule the two of them at the same time, if that was the will of the committee of the whole.
Well, thank you. I'll speak to Mr. Dick when he gets back. We're also going to have special meetings on the budget. I'll put this on, so keep that in mind. Thank you for that. Unless there's another, Councilor Redden?
Does a motion to postpone require a time? Running the table does not have a time to it.
This is not a motion to table. This was to adjourn it to the next meeting of the committee.
It's to defer.
To to defer, I was curious about the motion, because some of those motions to
Right.
delay a motion have times attached to them.
This one does.
Yeah,
This
this
one
is
does.
to defer to committee of the whole anyway.
Yeah.
That could complicate your having a special meeting.
Well, we'll deal with that. I don't know if we want to. I mean, I don't have council's view on that yet. We'll see. I may poll council. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, maybe you could add, or a special meeting. No? Okay, next.
Well, if you want to make an amendment, the motion's still on the floor. I haven't called it yet.
Can you amend a motion to defer?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
I am not a
I don't think
parliamentarian.
you can.
Probably not. Yeah, good point. Probably not. I think we'll leave it the way it is, and like I said, I'll speak to Mr. Dick, and we'll see what's on the agenda coming up, and figure it out. Any other comments? Not, I'll call for the question on the motion to defer to the next committee of the whole meeting. All those in favor say aye, and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? 9 and 8 to 3 to adjourn, or refer, or whatever it is. Okay, let me just get reorganized here for a minute. Okay, we're down to 6.4. What do you want to give some recommendation?
Recommendation, that municipal council direct staff to prepare mapping to show a 9-district option and a 7-district option for review by committee of the whole prior to presenting these 2 options to the public for comment.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hudson seconds. Discussion? I don't see any hands up. I do have a comment. I'd like to make a motion for an adjournment, so I'll leave the chair. So the chair is now with the deputy warden. I would like to amend this by adding the issue of whether we should have a mayoralty system in the county, and present that to the public for comment as well. So the way it would read is, currently the motion is that municipal council direct staff to prepare mapping to show a 9-district option and a 7-district option for review by committee of the whole, and the issue of a mayoralty system prior to presenting these 2 options to the public for comment. That's the motion I make. And he's the chair.
Councilor Hudson?
So if I could just speak to that briefly, I don't intend to debate whether the pros and cons of the systems. If in fact that does become an issue, I'll speak to that. But I do notice that a lot of rural municipalities have been moving to a mayoralty system. And I do think that this is the appropriate time, since we're reviewing this, to deal with it. So I'd like to have that in the pot as we go through this process for the rest of the year.
Can I have a second for that? Oh,
It's been
second.
seconded.
Any other comments? No?
So in order to define if you're going to change to a mayor system, that has to go to the public for public input before you do a boundary review.
If I could speak to that. I did speak to Mr. Dick about that, and he said that we could go ahead with the mayoralty issue, which he's in agreement with, to put it on the agenda, and he said we could deal with, you see, we did then have to have 6 or 8 instead of 7 or 9. And speaking to him, he said that we could do that after we make the decision as to whether we want to have a mayor or not. So whether that's feasible or not, on doing his reporting, I did have that discussion. He said we could do it. It's too bad he's not here.
Excuse me.
Councilor LeBlanc?
So you're discussing about 6 or 8 and then the mayor, but if you look at page 42, the district of Lunenburg has a mayor and they have 10. 9 plus 1.
Right.
So we could still go with 9 instead of 8.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
You can go with any number in a mayor.
Exactly.
Councilor Berto?
Just one point is considering voting. I don't think the mayor would have a vote, the same as the board, because.
On a point of order, we're discussing the intricacies of the subject now. We should stick to the motion.
Is that,
Sorry, excuse me.
is that pointed at?
We were discussing the
Intricacies of the subject which we were asked by the mover not to do.
So that was
Okay.
brought up in the middle of my comment, I hadn't finished, and it's just in the same relationship as the previous councilor's comments. And I just wanted to point out that if we have an uneven number, you don't have an equal vote, or a tie vote. So it should be an uneven number of councilors, preferably, I would think. Now, that might go into where Councilor Ward saying getting into the weeds on it, but if we're going to be putting that out in this package, we have to be specific on how we do it at some point before we give it to the public.
Now, I would ask, if I may ask the clerk a question, does the mayor have a vote?
The mayor, just as the warden, votes on every question.
Votes on every question?
Yes. The mayor is not a tiebreaker. That is a fallacy.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you. Anybody else? Were you done?
Yes, that clarified. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions on this addition to the recommendation? Councilor Crowe?
Thank you. So just for a point of clarification, we would go to the public first. Sorry, of course I have. We would go to the public first to get their feelings on whether or not we should go with the mayoral system. And once we have that in our hip pocket, we would then take a look at how many districts within the county. At a later date, before the end of this year, whenever the date is. Am I correct?
I am not sure, but with the way mine is what I'm reading. We show the districts, and we're going to take the mapping showing the 9 districts and the 7 districts to the public for their comment. And at the same time as we're doing that, we're going to ask the public, this is what I'm reading, if they would like a mayoral system or stick to a warden system.
That's not what I understood.
Okay, well, that's what I understood. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Councilor LeBlanc?
I wanted to know if that's correct or not, so I don't know who's going to be, do we go to the public with the 7 and 9? Or do we go for the public to know if they want a mayor before we decide 7 and 9? Or which of the combinations?
Well, I would think the way, if this is in one recommendation, that it would be in the same, at the same time. Is that what I'm reading? I could be wrong. But it would make sense to me, this is what I'm reading, but it would make sense to me that we would ask the public first whether they wanted a mayoral system. That could be done a lot of different ways, fairly easy, I would think. And then go to our boundaries, decide what we want to do for boundaries. Anybody else? Councilor Reddy?
Could I have the motion read again?
Yeah. The amendment?
Yes.
It was moved by Warden Parrish, seconded by Councillor Hudson, to amend the motion to add after Committee of the Whole and the issue of a mayoralty system prior to presenting these to the public. So it was to add, and the issue of a mayoralty system prior. So your amended motion would read, that's easier. That municipal council directs staff to prepare mapping to show a 9-district option and a 7-district option for review by committee of the whole and the issue of a mayoralty system prior to presenting these 2 options to the public for comment. So the amendment will still only ask for a 9-district and 7-district option.
Mhm. Does that answer the question? But that's, from what I understand from it, that's what it would be. We would go to the public first, ask them if they're interested in the mayoral system, and then before we present the 2 options. Councillor Cotw.
Yeah, because a mayor doesn't have a district.
No.
He has a whole district. You still have to have a councillor to represent a district.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. If we're gonna put a proposal 7 or 9, it's gonna be adding a mayor or selecting a warden.
Exactly.
Out of the
Yeah. Yeah, we'd be adding a mayor, and we'd still have our 7 or 9 districts, simple as that. Anybody else?
Well, I'll close the debate.
Okay, Councilor Bartlett?
Just a question, if we're doing this, and not, I guess not if, but how do we get the feedback accurately from the constituents? We have a plebiscite. You can't just hypothetically put something out in the reader and ask for feedback and have, certain people respond, and then it might not be accurately reflect what the people actually want. Do they want a mayor? Do they want to pay for that extra person? Like, do they want to, there's got to be some kind of information put up there so they understand what the question is.
If I may try to answer that a little bit. I would think that we have the addresses of all the citizens in the Annapolis County. And I would think that a simple letter, flyer, whatever, our letter would be the best. And with the benefits and the extra cost possibly to a mayoral system and for where we're going now, right? Explain to them and ask them which way would they like to go. I think from that will tell us whether we should have a mayoral system or not in Annapolis County. Anybody else? Oh, Councilor Rick.
Just reading through this here. So, the municipal council directs staff to prepare mapping to show a 9-district and 7-district option for review by committee of the whole prior to presenting the 2 options to the public for comment. We don't need to do any mapping for the mayoral system.
No. No.
We're asking staff to do mapping for a mayoral system that does not require mapping. Maybe I'm wrong in staff, correct?
I believe
But it may be a bit of a moot point.
If I may interrupt, the mapping is already done for a 7-district system or a 9. It's there before us. We have to do that anyway. The government told us we have to do that, provincial government. What we're asking in this, before we do this, before we present these maps for public to comment on, should we not figure out whether we should go down the road of a mayoral system or stick with a warden system? And in order to find consensus on that, I would suggest we have to outreach to the public somehow. Some may say that mail's too expensive. I don't know how we do it. I would leave that to our staff when we got fired to decide that.
Respectfully, Chair.
Yeah.
That's not how I read the motion.
Point for clarification.
Hold on. Ms. Young?
The question of changing your system of governance has to be decided by council after public consultation. It is a separate question from the boundary review. You may find that, and you will have to discuss and decide, if you go to a mayor system, do you want an odd number of bodies voting on issues, or do you want an even number voting? To me, they are two separate issues, and they're two separate public consultation processes, and you would have to decide the one long before you could prepare to do your boundaries review. I don't believe that adding it into this motion is going to give staff the clarity to be able to carry it out, because they're two separate systems. And just on, I heard the word plebiscite. To run a plebiscite, an actual plebiscite, is the same cost as running an election.
Well, thank you for that. Councillor Hudson?
Yes, maybe playing the devil advocate here a little bit. What after the public meetings, they come back and say, no, we still want the 11 districts. I know the UARB will not likely agree with that, but is that option still there?
So when you are consulting the public, when you are consulting the public, you get to listen to their opinions, and then you make a decision on what you will submit to the UARB. You may hear you may present 9 and 7 to the public, and you may hear from them that they want to stay at 11. That's information that you're gathering in order to make your decision.
If I could just close the, I'll wait until others, I just wanted to.
Coming from all over. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you. Just clarification for me, and maybe the clerk could, through you, could answer it. In municipal units, you look at the town of Annapolis, it has a mayor. I'm not sure if it's similar for the counties or not, but in the mayoral system like that, you don't have to worry with dividing up districts. They have a number of councillors that are voted on, and the ones with the most votes get in, plus the mayor. So if we're going with the mayoral system, is that what we're looking at here? And we don't have any districts, and all the councillors represent the county.
No.
No.
It's not that situation in a county situation?
No.
It varies from town?
You would, if I may, to have a mayor system, you would still have your districts. In towns, they would have boards, maybe, divisions of some kind, where you would have election of councillors for the number of districts that you have. A mayor would be elected at large and would represent the county as a whole. So councillors are elected to represent their district, and a mayor would be elected to represent the whole. Although when you're sitting at the table, you all represent the whole.
So
But it's an at-large for a mayor system.
It's different than a town situation, because when they have an election,
Towns are all elected they're all elected at large down,
Yeah.
well, here in the smaller towns, yeah.
That's what was confusing me, and I needed clarification. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Crowe.
Thank you. Just pick up on something that Farkas said, we would speak to the people about a 9 and a 7 district operation. Are we allowed to, let's say we're holding a meeting whenever, and are we allowed to present along with the 9 and 7, keeping the current one at 11? It didn't sound like it. I'm just looking for clarification.
So this recommendation is to present change to 9 and 7. If that's not what council wishes to do, council, as always, may change that. That's the recommendation from staff.
Thank you very much. And if I may, one last thing, and I see flaws in it even before I speak it. So we're good. We're talking about how can we get the word out to people, and thinking of sending out a one-page thing with the tax bills when they go out, although it may be too late, and then you're just franchising anyone who doesn't get a tax bill, so. I just thought, how could we do it and save money? I see the deputy CAO going where I was heading, that no, that's not gonna work, so, okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? So Councilor LeBlanc, did you have your hand up?
Well, my understanding from the clerk is that before we decide or discuss 7 and 9, we have to decide and discuss with the public about if we want a mayor or a warden.
Yeah.
So combining this amendment, combining all of it together, I don't see how that's going to work. That's, if we have to do step 1, and this would be step 2 with the district. Step 1 is it not, could it not be considered as 2 different motions? That's just something I have on my mind.
Okay. Gordon, I'll leave it with you to run.
Yeah, look, I really don't, hopefully we're not going to get caught up with the minutiae, perhaps, of the wording here. There's a big issue that I'm putting on the table. And the issue is, should we have a mayoralty system or a warden system? And I think it's time that we debated that, and that the public debated that. And this is the time where we have to do it. And whether we have 7, 9, or 11, or 6 and 8, it's going to go to the UARB, and they're going to have to approve it. We don't actually get to say. Council will decide. We don't need to do a plebiscite. We go and we get public information. The council will make a recommendation to the UARB, which will then decide. We might want 11. They might say, no, you should not have 11. You have 7. But that's, to me, the big issue. Should we move to a mayoralty system? And this issue won't come up before us for 8 years, 4 years. But the mandatory review.
It wouldn't come into effect until the next election.
Yeah, but then, right now we're doing a mandatory review.
A mandatory review is every 8 years, an election is every 4.
So, I'm saying I think we should debate it. This is an opportunity, it's timely. I put it forward. I'm sorry if the wording isn't right. If you want to change the wording, let's not lose the forest for the trees. I'd like to debate it. I did speak to David about it. He did say that if the decision was to go to a mayoralty system, council could deal with the issue of the division of the council areas, whether it's 6 or 8 or 7 or 9 or whatever. He for what it's worth, he told me we could. So all I'm saying is, if you agree that you want to do it, I would hope, approve the amendment, and we can sort it out after if we need to, revise it at another meeting. But this is kind of the opportunity. It's timely that we kind of deal with the issue now. That's why I'm putting it forward, and that's all I need to say.
So we're voting on the amendment. Anybody else, anything else to say? That's it. Okay, I'll call for the question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those again?
Opposed?
Opposed? 4. 7, 4. The ayes win. I'll hand it right back to you, Gordon.
Okay, well, we're back to comments on the motion as amended. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. I think we all know what it says, but perhaps you should read it.
Just give me a second, because I have to capture when you take the chair and when...
Here, I can read it if you want.
Yeah, please.
The municipal council directs staff to prepare mapping to show a 9-district option and a 7-district option for review by committee of the whole, and the issue of a mayoralty system prior to presenting these 2 options to the public for comment. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Opposed? 1, Did I miss somebody? Who's opposed? Just one? Okay, I guess I missed some, 10 to 1. So 6.5,
Is that page 53?
Where's it going?
You're at page 49, the recommendation here.
I think you're doing the presentation first, Gordon.
really?
Yeah.
Ms. Kamal, are you making a presentation?
Yes, I was asked to.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Staff is, we're presenting today the 21-22 sewer budgets for your approval, because we need to get the rates approved, the sewer rates approved, so that the invoices can be sent out in May for the sewer on the county side. So this year we're bringing both the budget for the sewer utility, not utility, sewer systems to you as well. So what am I supposed to do here, Dave?
You just press the down arrow.
So the County of Annapolis has two sewer bylaws. The M10, that's for the county systems, and also the Bridgetown sewer bylaw. There's been no change to the Bridgetown sewer rate since 2014-15. They have followed the dissolution budget that was presented, and so the rates have not changed since that time. So for the past several years, both of the charges have not been in accordance with the bylaws. So for example, the county bylaw, the M10, 2.2 section C says capital replacement cost up to 0.9% of the estimated replacement cost of the assets. So that's not sufficient to cover the cost of capital replacement. And so they have been increasing the rates for the past several years, but technically it is not according to bylaw. For the Bridgetown sewer bylaw, this bylaw has no reference to an allocation towards capital replacement cost. And it was recognized during the dissolution process, and a small amount was included in the budget. But again, that is not enough. And when we're talking about depreciation and capital replacement costs, the UARB for the water utilities, they require that the amount of depreciation for an asset each year is put into a reserve, so that when you need to replace that asset, you will have money there. The UARB does not regulate the sewer utilities. That will be your decisions. But costs are high. And as you know, when we bring you capital costs for a lot of these systems, it's a lot of money. So the money has to either come through your sewer rates, long-term debt, or you can get some funding from the government to help support it. But you're always going to have to pay at least 25% or more for your capital projects. So it is important to build up your reserves. $1 million capital project, the minimum you would have to put in would be $250,000. So if you have to include that to your budget in a year to raise rates, that's going to hurt. So that's why it is important to build up, and the 0.9 that the county one, that is not enough. So for 22-23, we're asking your permission to increase the rates by 2.5%, with the expectation that we're going to make recommendations for future bylaw changes in the coming months and bring that back to you for further discussion.
Yes, Ms. Kamal.
Yes.
Do you mind if councilors interrupt your presentation, or would you
Sure.
rather wait until you finish?
Sure, that's okay.
You're okay?
Yep.
Councilor Morrison?
Okay.
Thank you. When you say staff will make recommendations for future bylaw changes in the coming months, do you mean staff will make recommendations for further increases in the coming months?
We may make a recommendation, like the recommendation wouldn't be to affect this year. It would be for future years.
Thank you.
Besides, okay? All right. Is that everybody good? Okay. So county sewer expenses and required revenue. As you can see, we've got the actuals for the last 3 years on the right. And on this side of the line is what we're projecting for 21-22. We haven't got final numbers in on some things. So, but as you can see, we had 1.1 million, about 1.2 million in revenues, and our expenses are 1.13 million on the county sewer system. So right now we're estimating a surplus of 44,000. But if you look at the prior years, it doesn't take much. One break can quickly deplete a surplus. So for 22-23, we are projecting revenues of 1.2 million and expenses for 1.2 million as well. So this one here you will note. So the reserve for the current year, 21-22, dealing with too many years here. 21-22, we're putting $252,000 into the reserve. If we have a surplus, as we have projected, that surplus will also go into the reserve. If we have a deficit, then we either have to increase the next year's rates to include that deficit or take it out of the reserve. And taking it out of the reserve is usually what staff have done, have come back to council. So these deficits here, you have approved taking that money out of the reserve. When you take that money out of the reserve, you're taking money away from capital project spending for the future. So for this year, we have included $312,000 to go into the capital reserve. So we have increased it slightly. It's not the full depreciation, but we have increased it a bit. All right. So for the county sewer rate calculation, in the bylaws, there is calculation provisions for equivalent users. And so staff calculate the equivalent users. So for example, if it's a nursing home, I believe a nursing home, a bed is 2/3 of a person. So they would take however many beds times 2/3 to give the equivalent users. So a normal household would be one, a business, depending on how much, how big it is, the size or whatever, restaurants.
Finish what you're saying.
Okay, if it's a restaurant, it depends on how many tables they have, or how many customers they're allowed. People. Seats, how many seats they're allowed.
Ms.
Yes.
Lois, for me to recognize the councilors, and I'll try to keep my eye open.
Okay, so thank
Councilor
you.
Hudson.
Yes, just so I understand correctly. So an equivalent unit, an apartment building or a condo, each unit would be considered one? Okay, that's close. Just make sure I understood that correctly.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's how they calculate the equivalent users. As you can see, we went up in equivalent users as we have had some new buildings built, and perhaps some buildings have been equivalent, have been renovated. But last year we had 2,135 equivalent units. This year's 2,148. So we have to recover for this year the 1.2 million divided by that. So the sewer rate we're proposing is $578.81. So that is an increase from $564.69, so it's a 2.5% increase, an increase of $14 per equivalent unit. So the average household, that would be what the increase would be. So we are making that recommendation that you would approve a 22-23 county sewer charge of $578.81 per equivalent unit. And as I said, these bills typically go the 1st of April. So we're behind this time this year, and they're due the end of May. And then the tax bills will be going out in May, due at the end of June. So that's why we're bringing this rate to you today. So on the Bridgetown sewer billings, Bridgetown does,
Excuse me, I think that these are separate motions.
yes, we're just presenting the motions to you.
Well, I think I'd like to deal with each motion, and then you can make a presentation on the Bridgetown. I think that's the way it should be.
And the recommendation?
Well, yeah, if you want to put that motion on the table. You're finished with the county stuff, okay?
Recommendation that municipal council approve a 2022/23 sewer charge of $578.81 per equivalent unit for the 2022/23 fiscal year.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Hudson seconds. Any questions or comments with respect to the county sewer charges? Councilor Hudson? Sorry, Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. This has been a very orderly process as opposed to what we've experienced in previous years. So I thank those responsible.
Any other comments? Councilor Sheridan?
Just a question in regards to the sewer bills going out separately. Is there any reason they don't go out with the regular tax bills like they do in Kingstown?
Can anyone at staff answer that? Go ahead.
Because of the huge difference in how many sewer users there are as opposed to taxpayers. So we have limited number of sewer systems in place. So the mailings are quite different as far as the numbers and the households that they apply to.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
And different dates they're due, so sorry.
I have a question, so Deputy Warden, would you take the chair while I
Yes,
ask
sir.
my question? Ms. Camo, when I read the report, and I may not have understood it correctly, but it looked to me as though we have a bylaw that sets how the rates are calculated. And then what you've presented here today is more than what our current bylaw would allow.
Yes.
And so we're really not following our bylaw by approving the motion on the floor. And the idea is that in months to come, staff will come back and present us with a bylaw which would have allowed us to pass what you've asked us to pass today.
Yes.
Okay? I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, thank you for your clarification. Anybody else want to comment on that? And I'll hand the chair back to you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to comment on the motion on the floor? Councilor Bartok?
Yeah, it's a little off shot, but when I was campaigning, I ran into a lot of people with things with sewer hookup, and they were charged different rates. This tells me it's a fixed rate for anybody, and then there were some with sewer going by the property, and they came by afterwards, and they weren't up to it, but they were still paying the same charge as somebody that was using it.
Yeah.
And I have some concerns on that, you know, that, maybe whether this is the time to address it or not, but this is based on this sewer policy. Can we raise that to a level to get some interpretation back from the staff and some fairness into the system?
Okay, are you finished? Are you asking a question of Ms. Camo? I don't think it's appropriate to ask her about the fairness of the system.
Yeah, whether there's some, you know, whether we as council have to dictate something, or whether there's something I'm missing in that whole policy.
So, and Shelley, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in Schedule A in the bylaw, it says if you have property that if there's no building on it, you're charged for 1,000 feet. If it's farmland, you'd be charged a third of the equivalent unit. Or if you have a residential property and you have every 200 feet, you'd be charged a third of the equivalent unit. So if there's no property on it, no building on it, you would be charged a smaller amount. I guess if there is a building on it, you are charged.
I guess my point would be, excuse me for interrupting your explanation, but somebody that has a property that paid for a septic field that is serviceable, that they are still using, and just because the sewer line goes by, they have to pay that additional charge when they already paid for their on-site septic.
Yep.
I think that there's something we need to look at there for fairness, you know, that they're paying for something that they're not using.
Yeah, I think that's a good issue and a separate issue. We're just dealing with the rate today. We're not dealing with that. It's my sense. But I would welcome you to bring it back.
Yeah, I wanted to get it up there and then we can revisit that, but I think it should be revisited for sure.
I don't see that directly in front of us today, but thank you for bringing that up. Councilor Morrison?
I had a comment, but I'm satisfied with.
Okay. Any other questions with respect to the county sewer rate? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Pardon me?
I have to move it second. Was it on this motion?
Deputy Warden moved. I think it was a
Second.
second question.
Yeah.
Ms. Kamal, would you please proceed with the Bridgetown rate?
All right, thank you. Okay, so the Bridgetown users, and this is going back to how they were built before dissolution, so nothing has changed. So they're built a base rate plus a consumption rate. So consumption is determined by the amount of water used. So they get their water meters read. That amount of water used is how much they are invoiced. And sewer charges are invoiced quarterly, and it's included on the water bills. So the Bridgetown sewer expenses and required revenue, they have, in 18-19, they had a deficit, but the next few years there has been some surpluses. That money has been put into a reserve, into this sewer reserve. So for this current year, 21-22, we're projecting $156,000 in revenue and expenses of about $138,000. You will see this less interest in county charges for Church Street and Carlton Corner usage. What I didn't mention in the county presentation is that the county partners with several municipal districts in sewer services. So, for example, Bear River, we use the municipality of Digby system, and so they send us an invoice. The town of Annapolis for the Granville sewer, and there's a little bit in Village of Lawrencetown. And Church Street, Mountain Lee Lodge, that area, and also South Street, out through Carlton Corner, that is pumped into the Bridgetown sewer system. So the Bridgetown sewer system charges the county, it has been about $34,106. That number hasn't changed much other than 2% increase for the dissolution, based on the dissolution calculations. So for this current year, and the other item, shared expenses. So you see there's been none the last few years. Again, this is with regards to the dissolution. The town being smaller, things were done a little differently. And so the public works, their buildings, their vehicle expenses, the office administrative expenses, those were all billed on the tax side, on the tax account. But the sewer revenue would reimburse the tax side some money for some of these shared services. And the town had specific, 33% of staff costs for the admin costs and 40% of the vehicle expenses, that type of thing. With the dissolution, that wasn't taken account for, And so we are putting that back in the 22-23 budget. Because in effect, the taxpayers of Bridgetown would be subsidizing the sewer users. So that $50,578 is what's put in there for that.
Councilor Hudson, sorry.
Yes, I'm a little confused. You previously said, looking at the lower figure, county charges for Church Street and Carpenter Court usage. You previously said that the town of Annapolis bills the county. Okay. So why wouldn't that apply with Bridgetown?
It does.
It's taken off as like it's an
I've
expense.
taken that off of the expense, so total expenses is $209,000. I've taken this revenue off of $46,000, so the $162,400 is what needs to be earned through sewer rates.
To me, that's backwards. I would think that would be revenue for the Bridgetown.
It is revenue. So if I take $162,000 plus 46, I'm going to get $209,000. Sorry,
Well, I know that math works, but it just seems to me, you go down through that,
So-
this is just my curiosity, right? You say sewer rate revenues, $162,000.
yes,
Then you got expenses, you got collection treatment, shared expenses,
yes,
which were all taken off, right?
the $209,000.
They're net up to $209,000. And, you know, maybe I see it.
So then I'm deducting $46,000 off the $209,000 in expenses. So
Okay, I followed the way you did it. Your presentation was fooling me a little bit.
sorry, I apologize. So
Thank
that's
you.
when you look at something so much you can't tell when it's solved. So, yeah. So anyway, I'll get back to this Church Street and Carlton Corner. This number has increased. Again, that number wasn't adjusted over the years, and so we've corrected that. I think the Church Street and Carlton Corner sewers usage is like 30-some% of the total Bridgetown sewer system charges. So that's billing that back to the county. So, and that number was included in the county's expenses. So.
Councilor Redden?
So how do they determine what they're billing the county? Is it by volume again? Like they bill individual users, or?
So we bill, so what the town sewer system, former Bridgetown sewer system, they would send an invoice to the county, and then the county sends out their invoices like all the other users in the county, based on the equivalent units that we've just approved.
Right. So we're billing the users $578.
Yes.
And Bridgetown is billing us by volume or by
By volume.
$390 per user, or what? Yeah,
By volume.
Okay.
Yeah, so we just take the total expenses, and I think there's 38%, I think, top of my head, so we just allocate those expenses to an invoice for the county, the county's sewer system. Okay?
Councilor Sheridan?
Just to be clear, so theirs is based on water usage,
Yes.
so they only get one bill, like for water and sewer quarterly? Is
Yes.
that what it is?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilor Bartow?
Now, just looking back and forth and trying to get a handle on how equal things are and equitable and fair, where it is. We just put on the county $578.81, and I see on page 51 it says for the upcoming year $392.44 for Ridgetown. That's quite a sizable difference for similar service. Can you explain why there's such a huge difference when we're trying to run the county equally? Or is that still some of the dissolution process in place?
That is why we want to look at the bylaws and come back to you to try to bring them to be a little bit more equitable in their rates. The county system is much larger. There's the system in Cornwallis, there's a system in Cotw, in Margarettsville. So there's 3 separate systems, and so Ridgetown just has one. Ridgetown is more concentrated. So, and the types of systems that they each have are different. Some require more chemicals than others, and all of that. So the rates are based on the expenses. And for the county, there's no way you could go to a consumption basis because most of the county sewer users do not have water. So you couldn't bill them the same way you do Ridgetown bill. So this is something that, we do want to look at to maybe merge them together as far as billing and running them go and try to get it more equitable. And that $300 and some, that's for the average user. Now, most of them are average users, but there's about probably 20% that use more water than that, so their bill would be higher.
So this is a measure to get us through this budget, and then it'll be looked at more in detail following that.
Yeah, and so next year, if we get, maybe get rid of the 2 bylaws, have 1 bylaw, and then that would dictate how we calculate future expenses and rates.
Councilor Connor?
We don't have sewer in Margarettsville. We have water.
Just water. Just water.
Just water.
Okay.
Councilor Sherry?
Just a comment. They're getting a pretty good deal on Ridgetown because users for water, like in Kingstown, they get billed quarterly for their water. And on top of that, they get their $500 or $600 bill for sewer on top of that. So to me, this is extremely fair with what they're getting. Just a comment.
All right.
Okay, all right, go ahead, are you finished? Or?
So this here's the rates. What we have recommended, there's 415 base units in Bridgetown. Every year, there's about a little over 61,000 cubic meters are used. And the average household has about 163 cubic meters during the year. So the average billing for the coming year, 22-23, is $392.44. That's what the 4 billings would total. Last year it was $389.14, so only about $3.30 increase. So that would put the base rates, and again with the rates, the Bridgetown bylaw says that the base rate is to be billed based on the amount of debt payments, principal and loan. Well, for 22-23, that's a little over $2,000. So if we were to charge $2,000 for the base rate, the base bill would be $1.20, I believe, that we would charge each household for a base rate charge every quarter. Well, if they didn't happen to have any water, well, sending out a bill for $1.20 wasn't even worth the price of a stamp. So this 1282 keeps it in line with what it's been, a 2% increase. And then the consumption rates, we've been able to increase those by 2% as well. And that will give us the revenue. So. So again, the recommendation is that the municipal council approve a 22-23 Bridgetown sewer charge of $12.82 for the base rate, plus $2.08 per cubic meter for the 22-23 fiscal year.
Councillor Cotw?
So just for clarification, because the way I've heard it, or I thought I heard it, is that once you get outside the community of Bridgetown, or the old border lines of Bridgetown, so the county citizens that are home to the Bridgetown sewer, Carlton Corner, are being charged the $5.80 on the county charges,
Yes.
but the citizens that live in Bridgetown are getting a rate of $300.
Yes.
Councillor, I think if Ms. Cotw is finished, maybe we'll put the motion on the table and then we'll have debate on it. Is that, or do you have a question for Ms. Cotw?
Just a question for
Sure.
that there's no consideration for residential versus commercial? It's just a straight,
It's just a straight.
okay.
Yes. And the town is mostly, I mean, there's very little difference in the different users. Like the county has a lot more apartment buildings and stuff, whereas in Bridgetown, there's not a whole lot more, but they would be charged more with their water usage, like for sewer charges than they would. So again, bringing back and creating one bylaw and making them more equitable so that wherever they are in the county, they would be more involved.
Any other questions for Ms. Cotw? Councillor Hudson?
Just to have one, this is just for curiosity again. An apartment building in Bridgetown, we'll say it's a 10-unit apartment building. Does every apartment building have their own water meter?
Every unit?
Every unit have their own water meter to
No, I believe,
say what consumption was?
I believe most of them now are all on 1 meter. So there's just 1 meter going into the building. So that would capture all of the water consumption in the whole building.
Oh. I don't think that is fair, really, if I could add another comment, because you take, if there was an apartment building, and there is one, over on South Street, it's my understanding that they get billed for $570, $580 for each unit that's in that apartment building. Am I correct there?
If it's in the county,
Yes.
it would be billed based on equivalent units.
Yeah, the $570, $580.
Shelley, maybe you can help me with an apartment building.
Per unit, it would be the 578. So if there's 5 units, it would be 578.95.
But if you had in town, if there was an apartment building with 10 units in, they would just be charged based on the consumption, the water going into that unit.
That apartment building?
Huh?
That whole building?
For the whole building.
Yes.
Okay. To me, there's an unfairness in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, double the Bridgetown.
Any other questions for Ms. Cotw? Councillor Sheridan?
Just a follow-up on what Councillor Hudson just spoken to. So is that going to be looked at in the bylaw to make it equal through the whole county? So if there's 10 units that you can bill separately?
That's,
Okay, thank you.
and may I just make one comment further to that? That apartment building that's outside of the town limits is charged a county tax rate. That apartment building that's just across the line is charged the Bridgetown tax rate, the base rate plus the Bridgetown tax rate. So this is the whole inequalities that we've been discussing with the Bridgetown community rate, and it all ties together. Sometimes the Bridgetown residents get a break, in this case perhaps on the sewer utility, on the tax rates, they pay a bit more. So it's something that we're trying to move to make things more equitable.
Anybody else? I don't see any. Thank you, Ms. Camo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy.
I think you can sit down and as we have our discussion, we might even call on you again. We don't know. But I'll ask the deputy warden to put the motion.
Recommendation that municipal council approve a 2022/23 Bridgetown sewer charge of $12.82 base rate plus $2.08 per cubic meter for the 2022/23 fiscal year.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Sheridan seconds. Discussion?
Oh, any discussion?
Discussion, I'm asking for discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to go back to where Councilor Barr, the point he was making, and I thought this rather than pointed at Ms. Camo. It is a little inequitable, when, if you have a piece of property and you subdivide the back lot on it, just because, someday you might do something, you pay taxes on it, you even put your sewer on it because the county won't subdivide it for you unless you have sewer and water going to it. And then it just sits there, it sits there for years, never gets used, but you still pay your sewer and your water going to that every year. And if you have a guest house on your property, Granville or any of these places, and that little guest house you put out there, or your kid's cottage or whatever, has a bathroom in it, you get another sewer and water charge for that. And that's just the way it is. We can say it, but that's the way it is. I remember years ago, I want to tell you a quick little story, and then we'll collect. We had got a property down here on Annapolis. We built up a house on the beach. And that property, the property had sewer and water going to it, was how it was sold. And we bought it thinking that the same with all municipal lots that were subdivided, it would have water and sewer on the property, so we could take it. Well, as it turns out, we didn't have that. The water was across the road and the sewer was on one side. But we literally had to pay to take that water across the road and onto that property. So although we pay the taxes and the water and sewer charges that were going by all those years, you still paid, and we still had to bring it to the property. And when we got a hold of property valuation back in the day, they should be glad that it's there and pay for it. And with that, I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. In the 8 years previous to the election of this council, we went through this, I think, twice. Up, down, in, out, whatever it was. And the general consensus was that the way we were doing it, A, is in line with a lot of other municipalities all across the country. And second, I watch curling, and if you can picture about 14 stones in the rings, and the skip goes up and looks and says, "There's just not a shot." And in our reviews, that's the way it is. So be prepared if we're going to go at it again.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any comments on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much, Ms. Mo, very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Job well done, thank you. Okay, well, next, 6.7.
Oh, recommendation. It's on page 57 of 74. Recommendations that municipal council authorize the clerk to issue a vendor on municipal property permit for the 2022-23 fiscal year for the Annapolis River Causeway Park to permit application Tom Marshall for Tom's Cool Bus Canteen in accordance with S6 commercial activity on municipal property bylaw.
Councilor Morrison seconds. Discussion? Councilor Longmire?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question with regards to, if the permit is approved, I will be responsible for maintaining the required insurance and whatnot, and it goes on to say permits and whatnot. I'm just wondering, does the owner-operator provide that information to us?
Yes.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor LeBlanc?
Thank you. I was just wondering, he's been there for a few years now, and I know he pays for his electrical bill, I presume that was part of the process. I just wondered how much it was, like for something like that, to be connected there for each month or summer or season, or however you distinguish that.
Ms.
Is he
Campbell,
billed?
can you respond to the councilor's question?
If it's for the entire fiscal year, it's $500. There's a different permit schedule for lesser amounts of time, like a 6-month or seasonal. His particular application is for the entire fiscal year, and his permit fee is $500.
Oh, okay. That's not including the electricity?
Correct.
Oh.
Correct, it does not include electricity.
What is the electric bill is what I was wondering.
I have not seen one yet,
So does it go to him or does it go to us? It goes to us, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes, but he repays the county for the
Yes.
entire amount, whatever it is, and that's probably why I haven't received the bill.
All right, I was just wondering how much it could be. Thank you.
Does he keep a generator there?
I think it was less than $50 a month,
Well,
but
that's
not very much.
Yeah, I know.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you, but I could add to that point. A few years ago, when we talked about spending that money over at that causeway, we actually thought, some of us council thought that we would recoup the cost of what it cost us to put that electric service in there over the years. And I do query if we ever are recouping that money, or is he just paying the electricity?
Is that a question?
Yes,
Okay.
sure you would.
My understanding is he pays the electricity. But I could look back to find out for you whether there was a grant involved in putting that in, because I believe there may have been
Okay.
some kind of a grant involved to help defray the cost of putting that hookup in. And again, I don't think that was a very high cost to put it in.
Those are money.
Any other questions or comments? Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, we come to the committee and organizational reports. There's a CAO report there. We don't have the CAO with us at the moment, but we have Ms. Campbell, who's a very good fill-in for it. So if there might be any questions arising out of the CAO's report that anybody would like to raise, that perhaps some other member of staff might respond to in the absence of Mr. Dick. Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Just a couple of, the elementary school, have we sold the elementary school yet?
No,
We haven't sold that. The town hall, we haven't accepted any of those offers yet.
not that I know of.
No.
That'd be my only question. Thank you.
Councilor Hudson?
Yes, the check for the internet, I take it has been received?
Check for what?
The check for the internet has been received?
Yes,
And
I can, who's our financial person here?
You just left.
I believe that's the case, yes.
the second part of the question, if that's the case, have the loans at the Royal Bank been retired?
I can't, I'm used to answering when I'm on the stand if I have personal knowledge. I have no personal knowledge that it's been paid, but I can say that Mr. Dick and I did discuss that he would be moving across the street to the bank to pay it as soon as we got the check. Now, whether that actually happened or not, I can't say. Any other questions for the CAO that some member of staff might respond to? Seeing none, I guess we'll move along to my warden's report. There are 4 issues I would like to raise or discuss with the council this past month. The first is Bill 149 of it's called the Financial Measures Act. I have a copy of it here. It was brought into introduced to the legislature of this province on last Friday. And that's the bill that puts a property tax of 2% of the assessed value to provincial non-residents and a deed transfer tax of 5% to provincial non-residents. It's been discussed much in the media, so most of you are probably already aware of this. As I indicated in a note that I sent around to all of you, I did speak to Mr. Wesley Petit, who is the policy advisor at NSFM, on April the 5th. At that point in time, he didn't know much about the mechanics of how this was going to work. I did circulate the information that he did give to me. Since then, I've had a chance to read the bill, and just from my reading of the bill, it appears as though the province will appoint an administrator to administer these taxes, and that the taxes raised will be paid to the province, to the administrator. So the way I read it, we are not collecting those taxes. There will be some separate procedure, and this is still speculation on my point from reading the bill, that people, out-of-province people paying taxes or purchasing property will have a separate form to fill out and a separate amount of money to pay to the administrator. I have seen nothing about whether any of the money raised would be going back to the municipalities. I believe from reading the act that the money goes into general revenue of the province. Yesterday I spoke to Mayor Carolyn Bolivar Getson, the mayor of the county of Lunenburg, and she had just come out of a discussion of one of the regions of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities where this issue came up. And a summary of what she said is that the NSFM doesn't yet have a position on this. So that's where we are. It's what I can tell you today. So unless there's any comments or questions.
Has it been passed yet, that bill?
Oh, heavens no, it's a long way.
Yeah, a long way.
They can move quick, but it's right at the beginning. The bill was just introduced on Friday.
And we can find that one.
I've got a copy here and give it to you. Okay, second point is, I think you know that I'm on the IMSA hiring committee to hire the consultant for the Valley Waste and King's Transit review. And I reported, I believe, last time that we didn't get satisfactory responses from the first RFP. So we put out a new RFP only to consultants, and again, we didn't get satisfactory responses. So we obtained a legal opinion that we could then go out and approach people, which we've done, and we've also amended the RFP again, because some of the concerns that we found was that some of the possible respondents were afraid of mission creep, the way it was worded. So we fine-tuned it a bit. We've sent out another amended RFP, and the responses are to be in by April the 19th. So that's where we are on Next, there's some meetings coming up, conferences for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. I believe the NSFN is May the 5th and 6th, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is June the 4th and 5th in Regina. Now, I'm just bringing this up because I haven't been to any of these conferences. I don't really know the drill. I don't know. Last year, at this time, in the budget, we didn't put anything in. It was COVID. We knew there weren't going to be any meetings in person. I don't think we have anything in the budget. We haven't passed a budget for the year we're in right now. I don't know what money is available to councillors. I'm assuming somehow there will be if you want to go. So I just thought I'd raise the question around the table. Is there someone who intends to go? I have personal conflicts in my schedule for these meetings, so I likely won't be going. And so it would be helpful if someone would go and be there.
Could I pass some information?
Yeah.
With regard to FCM, we have a procedure for selecting the warden and 2 or 3 more. Carolyn will know the intricacies of that from the folks who have indicated they would like to go. For NSFM, if FCM is held, is it within the Atlantic provinces or the Maritime provinces, everybody can go. With regard to NSFM, everybody can go.
So does anybody here know that they plan to go to the local one?
Is the one in Regina a homogeneous effort, or is it part Zoom and part?
I just read something, Councillor Morrison, that I said it was in Regina on June the 4th and 5th.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Well, yeah, definitely.
My question on NSFM is, will they have a fall conference this year? Because the fall conference is usually better attended than the spring conference.
They will have a fall conference because at the fall conference there will be work with regard to the new organization. And the spring one is in May at White Point.
Yeah.
Does anybody here know they do intend to go? I'd like to make sure you are.
I'm registered.
Good. Anybody else registered yet on the NSFM?
And a lot of it.
I
I
sent an email to Carolyn because staff always registered us, and we always did our own accommodations. But since then, the way the COVID's going, the rest of it going.
Well, that's kind of why I raised it, because, I don't know the drill, to be honest with you. About who goes, who doesn't go. So that's all I'm raising. So anybody who wants to go, does the county pay?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you register online, and the registration fee invoice is sent to the county clerk.
And that includes staying there, doesn't it?
No, that's the registration fee.
That's just the registration. So
You have to book your own accommodation.
I see.
Added to your monthly.
Oh, monthly
Yes.
expense? Okay, oh, I see. Okay. Well, thank you, old counselors.
Oh, I'm not gonna speak after that.
Thank you, Ward.
Thank you. I find the fall conference very informative. The first time I went there, I said, oh my God, look at this, a big party. Well, then you start paying attention to them. There's some good information.
Yeah.
Good information for what's going on.
Okay, thank you. And the last item I want to raise is that you may have seen in the Chronicle Herald this week a story that, I guess it was last week, that Cumberland County and the town of Amherst are conducting a review of their RCMP policy. So I called Murray Scott, the mayor of Cumberland County, to have a little chat with him about what this was all about. And I will tell you, they're very unhappy. And, we've raised some, I'll put it this way, raised some questions. They're doing more than raising questions. They are very unhappy. The situation, I'll just leave it that way. So they, if I recall exactly what he said, they have instituted a review of their policing needs and possibilities. with respect to the RCMP or a private force. And so all I'm saying is that we should monitor and keep in touch with them and see what they're doing. So I thought I'd raise that. Councilor Cotw?
Thank you. I took great interest in that article, and if memory serves me correctly, I believe I mentioned it to the CAO, David Dick. There's been a lot of, well, there's been a rumblings now for a while. You know, they're looking at everything from pitching in with hammers and, well, you talked about Dr. Scott, Murray Scott, really went into a great detail. There's also an interesting development from the FCM looking at possibly delaying the back pay part of the contract. I may be able to lay my hands on it if I have it here, or if it's not in my RCMP file, but, you know, there's lots of stuff happening on that
Now, I
field.
could get it wrong, Councilor Cotw, but I thought that it was, we were advised at a previous meeting by Mr. Dick that the province is going to step up to the plate and pay the back amount, the back pay, but we're still going to have to pay the increase as we go along. Is that, do you remember that? Can you help us out?
So the request was made to the province to do that. The Department of Justice and the Treasury Board have not yet confirmed the province is going to do that. Cheryl and I attended a joint AMA, FCM information session with the Department of Justice regarding the RCMP contract. And I would also note that during that meeting, they talked about the GPRM process, which is the RCMP's process to assess how many officers you should have to serve your needs. I believe that Cumberland and the town of Amherst started with that as a first step and then proceeded to the proposals for policing service, not necessarily RCMP. So they first of all got the assessment from the RCMP themselves and then moved on to the next step of other options that they could consider alternate to RCMP. The CAO in the town of Middleton has expressed an interest to undertake a GPRM jointly with the county as a first step on this type of process. We just hadn't had an opportunity to put anything formal together to come to Committee of the Lower Council because this is quite recent.
Okay, thank you. Any questions about that issue? So that concludes my warden's report for this month. Next, we have a recommendation from the Accessibility Advisory Committee.
Recommendation from the 2022-03-03 Accessibility Advisory Committee to the 2022-04-12 Committee of the Whole. 7.3, the Municipal Council amend AM-1.2.5 Declaration of Proclamation Policy to include National Accessibility Week at the end of May and the International Day of Persons with Disabilities on December 3rd to promote accessibility awareness in the municipality. 17.
Seconded by Councilor LeBlanc. Discussion?
Good.
Pardon me? Oh, go ahead.
So technically, that should be referred to staff to bring a recommendation report on amending that policy.
Would someone like to amend the motion to read what? That it would, municipal council, let me see, I'm just looking at the timing here to see about the timing. Municipal council meant to include at the end of May. So it's the end of May, so if we had to do something next month, we could do it next month.
So they want to amend the proclamation policy?
We have to recommend that.
So you don't have that policy in front of you? So when a recommendation comes from a committee to committee of the whole, it should technically go back to staff to provide you with a recommendation report. Yes, it makes it long-legged. Yes, that's the process. When you get to the next motion, if I can just jump ahead, that doesn't require anything additional in the line of the process.
But if we do refer this to staff, this could still come back, and we could still, if council was of the view to change the policy as suggested, we still have time to do it, as I read this, by the end of May.
You would do it in May, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so would someone like to move that we refer this to staff? Councilor Longmire moves, seconded by Councilor LeBlanc. Is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, 7.4.
Okay, 7.4, municipally registered heritage property, Clarence Community Hall. That municipal council approved that the Clarence Community Hall application for substantial alteration to replace the present black asphalt shingles with a black metal roof and repair the trim boards to match the existing trim boards on the Clarence Community Hall.
Is there a second for that? Councilor Redden, are you seconding that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did
go ahead.
we vote on the amendment there?
Yeah, you mean on the previous one?
Yeah.
Yeah, we voted on the referring it to staff.
Was that amendment in there as well?
You didn't, I think you just referred to it.
We didn't amend it, we just referred it to staff, and maybe we missed a step there.
Yeah,
but-
right, yes.
So we have moved and seconded to approve the recommendation regarding the Clarence Community Hall. Is there any discussion on that? Deputy Warden?
No discussion, but boy, she'll look sharp with a metal black roof on it. I don't know if they go with the standing seam or something.
It should be opening soon too,
It's
actually.
very hot, very exciting.
Okay, I'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Just for the purpose of procedure here, it's 3 o'clock. We've got a few other things to deal with in camera. Not sure how long that's going to take. I think we should probably have a break before we conclude, just a 5-minute break in case anybody needs to. We could do the next 2 if you want, and then have a break. So I'm looking around the room.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead. The Clarence County TCTS report. That's before you. Are there any questions for Councilor Cotw? Motion to receive for information.
Move to receive.
Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councilor Cotw. Any further discussion? If not, call for the motion. Vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. The King's Transit Authority report.
Move to receive.
Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councilor LeBlanc. Are there any questions for Councilor LeBlanc or anybody else on that? Deputy Warden.
Thank you. Those big buses, are those the buses we got given to us from Halifax?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oops.
Councilor Bartel.
I often wonder, like, I know the county owns buses, but you see different buses on the road all the time. Is our buses just into the mix, or do we actually have our own buses we pay for on our Annapolis routes?
The buses we pay for are on our roads, but they also go down for repairs or safety checks, so they go down. So they will probably be seen running around minus area, just so to see that everything works out. That's about it. Or if there's some repairs they're not sure of. But we are, and if the bus isn't working properly, they can send them a new bus. will be our boss.
Anyone else like Deputy Warden?
Can I just add in one more thing? Are they thinking about anything to get, you try to increase ridership? Or do they do any advertising or anything like that? Because I see these big buses going most times empty down this way.
There's initiatives that they are going to work on. Several, before the pandemic, everything was going,
Pretty good.
Numbers were really high,
Good.
and we had done different initiatives for the bus routes, including the Wi-Fi and all this, they're still working on it, but, it's the frame of mind of the people that to get on a bus.
Thank you.
I have,
Go ahead.
if we wish to have the general manager come and present about the budget or any questions, that he has to be invited from the county to set an appointment. So he can come in at our discretion for council or committee of whole, I should say, and go through you, Mr. Warden, or through our Madam Clerk.
Is this something that we would need for our budget, before our budget?
I have presented the papers of the budget, yes, to the CAO, and he's looking through them.
So you're suggesting that perhaps the,
Well, I'm suggesting that if, usually the GM would present to council.
as part of the budget presentation?
Yeah. Well, prior to.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's going to be a big item in the budget, I'm sure, so I'd be happy to do that, but perhaps we could leave that with the staff to make those arrangements. Is that fair enough, Ms. Campbell?
I believe past practice has been for it to be part of a regular meeting.
Usually a representative with other presentations.
Okay, so, John, if you could speak to Diane about it and work that out.
Or perhaps Carolyn and I could talk about issuing an invitation for the committee of the whole in May.
Okay, sure. Anybody else?
Can I just?
Sure.
Okay. Because of the new electric buses, if we're going to be going into that route, and depending on the grants that we receive, they're looking at having a definite area to park the buses and have it to protect them, as you know, from prying hands,
The element.
and the elements as well. And also, we've had some injuries around Bridgetown. A couple of the drivers have fallen because of the conditions and the icy and so forth. So that's the one thing that we'll be looking at. And while I'm here, there is an error on the numbers. He sent me a different page. So if you're looking at the monthly financial summary, which is like page 3, if you're looking at it that way, the colored page. When you look at the analysis section and the revenue as far as the variance is, it should read 15,966,05.
You're looking at the revenue?
The revenue and at the variance. He sent me the correction. 15,966,05. So that's all I have.
Yeah, I noticed that looks like there's an extra $71,000 that we're in deficit, but we're going to be dealing with that in the budget, will we? Is that where we deal with that?
It might be page 66.
Page 66 of 74.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at my old copy that I corrected, sorry.
Could you tell the change again there, please, Counselor?
The number?
Yeah.
Well, you made me put it away. 15,966,05 at the variance on the revenue under analysis.
It's not a big change.
No, but there's a moment. And so as you're saying, your IMSA committee is not anywhere close to starting.
It technically doesn't start until we hire the consultant.
Mm.
That's when the time starts to roll. Yeah. So it's
We're
slow.
almost a year, and we're going on a year. Speed up. Just joking.
Can you do your recess after you go in camera? And then it's one less.
I'd rather not. No, I'd rather have the recess now, and I'm not sure how long the camera's going to be. So I think we'll take a 5-minute break. Welcome, everybody. This is a continuation of the afternoon session of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting for the municipality of the County of Annapolis. The next item on the agenda is to go in camera. I'll entertain a motion to go in camera to discuss personnel matters, contract negotiations, and litigation pursuant to Section 22 of the Municipal Government Act. Moved by Councilor Cotw, seconded by the Deputy Warden. Any discussion about going in camera? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councilor Cotw. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?